Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, here and on Zoom. Welcome to the Planning Board meeting, October 30th, 2024. Notice of this meeting was given to the Township Clerk and posted on the Township Bulletin Board and Township website calendar and sent to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger. This meeting has been properly noted to the public in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. No new matters will start after 10:30 p.m. and we will be done by 11 o'clock p.m. no matter what. Will you all rise for the pledge of allegiance?
No matter what.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. The next regular planning board meeting will be held November 6, 2024 at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. Roll call, please, Yamilet.
Mr. Albert,
Here.
Mr. Cardoza,
Present.
Ms. Caffer. Here. Mr. Klein,
Here.
Mr. Morgan. Mr. Wilks,
Here.
Council President Rutherford,
Here.
Mayor McCartney. Present. Mr. Guarino,
Here.
Chairman Bago.
Here. So we have minutes and resolutions. Resolution PB 24-12, Estate of Berman, a draft resolution. I make a motion, we adopt the resolution with conditions as written. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions on the resolution? Seeing none, we move the resolution, vote.
Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Wilks,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney. Yes. Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes, motion carries. I have the draft minutes of the West Orange Planning Board, 7/30/24. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mayor McCartney seconds. Are there any questions, additions, or deletions? Seeing none on the motion.
Mayor McCartney. Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Wilks,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Caffer,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney,
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes. Draft minutes are adopted. I have the draft minutes for 7/31/2024, the planning board. I make a motion, we adopt. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Cardoza seconds on the motion, Yamilet.
Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Was I there?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Because I have something to say.
but you gave me the affidavit.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Mr. Wilks,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Caffer,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney.
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes. I make a motion, we adopt the 8/14/2024 West Orange Planning Board draft minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Who?
Me.
Oh,
Nobody else was.
We just passed.
okay, Ms. Alper seconds. On the motion, are there any additions or deletions? Seeing none on the motion.
Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Wilks,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Caffer,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford,
Yes.
Mayor McCartney,
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes. Minutes are adopted. I make a motion, we adopt the 9/11/2024 West Orange Planning Board draft minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chairman seconds. Any additions or deletions? Seeing none on the motion, Yamilet?
Mr. Albert,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Wilks,
Yes.
Mr. Cardoza,
Yes.
Ms. Caffer,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Mayor McCartney.
Yes.
Mr. Guarino,
Yes.
Chairman Bago.
Yes, motion's adopted. Okay, minutes are adopted. For the members of the planning board, you have all been sent a link to the stormwater management videos. Please complete them by December 1st, 2024, and sign off and send this back to Yamilet. Okay, if anybody has any questions, it's really a barn burner and popcorn is good stuff. I did it. Okay. Diana, would you swear in the township professionals, please?
Mr. Hazel and Mr. Hess, if you please raise, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
He just walked in.
Oh, we did.
He's sitting right behind me.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Applications PB 24-01 West Essex Highland Incorporated, Block 179, Lot 32, Zone IH1. Warner Road, the applicant is proposing to develop a 496 unit inclusionary multifamily residential development on a vacant 120-acre property in the northwest corner of the township. At this time, is he on here? He's not on here. Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Wayne DeFeo for the tree report, complete file.
Gonna need a mic.
You're gonna go there, or you gonna, I just, you want me to get up? You want me to go-
Whatever easiest.
What do you, whatever you
I can sit
prefer.
here.
You wanna Go there, go.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeFeo, and we will audier him shortly, has been hired by the Planning Board of the Township of West Orange. The fees have been paid through the escrow fund from the applicant. Will you swear him in?
Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Wayne DeFeo, D as in David, E, F as in Frank, E, O, middle initial D.
Mr. DeFeo, would you tell the board and the public your education and licensure?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Montclair State. I don't say college or university because it's too confusing, and I don't want to admit my age. I have a master's degree from Montclair State as well in environmental studies. I have a teaching certification of science K-12 from Montclair State, which is a lifetime certification because of the time it was received. I have taught at the New Jersey School of Conservation, where I received my master's degree. I have concentrations in study on environmental science, biology, botany, and ornithology, with focus on the entire environment as part of the master's program. For the past almost 4 decades, I have worked in the environmental field and currently work and have worked since 1995, running my own consulting firm, DeFeo Associates, which is an environmental consulting firm which focuses on sustainability, green building, and environmental sustainability in terms of development. I am a LEED accredited professional as well, with a concentration in building design, BD&C is called, building design and construction. That means that concentration focuses on new construction in different areas. As part of a LEED accredited professional, excuse me, I will have worked on projects where we work on virgin sites and also sites that are existing with renovations to buildings from the sustainability standpoint. I have worked on buildings with regard to wellness, and I have worked on a landscape designs and most recently volunteered, or was volunteered, I'm not certain which, working on the development of a rain garden for one of our local schools. I also serve as chairman of my environmental commission in my town, and I have also served as vice chairman of the Interstate Environmental Commission from 1992 to what I can't remember what year, which is a tri-state environmental commission authorized by Congress with jurisdiction in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut.
Are your licenses current in the state of New Jersey at this time?
I am not per se licensed, but my LEED accreditation is, yes,
Are you familiar with this site and the application?
I am.
And have you visited the site yourself?
I have visited the site on numerous occasions since prior to the settlement agreement being signed to most recently in 2024.
Okay, great. Mr. Plucker, after Mr. DeFeo presents, would you like to question him about about his report?
Well, I guess it all depends on what he has to say, and I guess
Okay.
I should, for the record, Brian
Okay.
Blocker on behalf of.
And Mr. Efron, we reserve the, I'm sorry. Okay, would either you or Mr. Efron want to ask about his credentials?
Well, I was going to raise that issue. Often boards do this and then later in cross, we raise that. So I'm happy to do it that way if that's the board's pleasure.
That's fine.
So during cross,
Yes.
we'll raise our
Yep.
questions. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. DeFeo.
Good evening. How are you this
Good, how are
evening?
you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. DeFeo,
Back up. I wanted to apologize for being late if I delayed the
it's
board.
okay, I was
any
late
time.
too. Traffic, lovely. Okay, Mr. DeFeo, you have the floor.
When you're ready?
Yes, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the audience, I'm going to present to you tonight an overview of the site and the environmental conditions related to the trees in particular, which of course is of concern to this group.
Thank you.
Cool. What I've done in this presentation are a couple of things. First, I have done a historical satellite survey of the site, and you can see here this site in 2002, roughly in the same area. This is the forest in question, even down to the fact that there is this remaining site of soil. The site here is West Essex Highlands. Just as a point of knowledge, this would have been contiguous as forest to this forest at one time in history. You can see as I go through these slides in 2009, of course, a winter slide. Then in 2016, of course, the difference in color is just seasonal. Just be aware of that. It's a seasonal change. And now we have in 2019 a more detailed slide. But to go back and quickly note that over these slides, you see very little difference in the overall canopy of the forest. That is because the forest canopy has been fairly consistent for a long number of years. In 2019, we were commissioned to perform a tree analysis using a quadrat analysis and site analysis to determine the impact of the development on the tree structure, and more importantly, to determine what the condition of the forest was at that time. To accomplish this, I hired Davies Environmental, which was formerly known as Amy S. Green Environmental. Sorry, let me correct that. In 2019, it was still Amy S. Green Environmental. She has since sold the company to Davies Environmental. My apologies. The analysis was performed in order to analyze, as I said, species of trees, the density, the types, and their condition. Now, in this, we did an analysis, or I should say, Amy S. Green did the analysis that I reviewed, and it uses a base statistical analysis for forests, and we estimated a range of trees per acre. In order to be conservative, meaning to the greatest degree possible, say there are the most trees being removed, when in fact there may be less. We use the highest density of trees, which is 212 trees per acre. In fact, there was a range of trees. It could go as low as 64 per acre, but because we were trying to demonstrate the most potential impact, we went to the higher number. That would mean on the entire 120 acres, we estimate and understand that a forest analysis is not a tree by tree count. It is a statistical overview of that forest. So we estimate 25,440 trees. Notice I put plus or minus, very similar to when you look at a survey, you will see acreage as plus or minus. There might be more, there might be less. What is important in that study, more important than the number in my opinion, is the very lack of trees less than 4 inches in diameter. A tree survey, a tree is by definition something greater than 4 inches in diameter, a woody plant, and it is measured at what's called DBH, or diameter breast height, which is 4.5 feet above ground. When you don't see any large number of trees below 4 inches, that is an indication of something you have to look at in greater detail, because it is saying there are no seedlings to replace the older trees in the forest, where there appears to be a lack thereof. You can see that we have some fairly large trees, 20 inches, 24, 28, etc., but very few young trees. When you get to the 4-inch part, you see a fair number of trees. When a tree is 4 inches in diameter, it is generally tall enough to avoid deer browse. The basic finding of that study is that the forest is unhealthy because there is a distinct lack of diversity of plants. The trees are mostly older. There are virtually no seedlings or young saplings, and the understory is virtually denuded in the forest with the exception of invasive plants. There are a number of barberry. No problem. If you walk through the site, you will see Japanese barberry, common, especially in the wetland area. Japanese barberry is a plant that many of us have in our yards throughout West Orange, and they migrate into this forest. Deer do not eat them. They are invasive, they crowd out native plants, and they have almost zero wildlife value. But you see a lot of them. They're also very heavily thorned, so it's difficult to deal with them. An example on this slide shows you the actual site. Notice here, as you look in this forest, forget the chair, but notice as you look at the forest that you can see without any impediment all the way through the forest. This is not what a forest is supposed to look like. A healthy forest does not look that way. This is an example of a study done at another site. Again, same problem. I can see through the forest. Here, I've got some sunrise and sunshine, so I have some light undergrowth. You will see this also in this site, although I don't have images of it. And that grass that we typically see on the property is Japanese stilt grass, another invasive species, has almost no wildlife value and is in fact highly invasive. A healthier forest looks more like this. Lots of undergrowth, lots of young trees, variety. This was taken in an area in New Jersey, just so you know, this is an actual forest in New Jersey that I went to see the difference. The fundamental difference in these two slides is that this particular forest has fewer deer per acre. And therefore the plants have a chance to grow. So what do we come across? Well, what we've done is we've suggested as part of this that we look at in the negotiations back in, I would say 2018, 2019 is my recollection. We made recommendation to say, how do we protect the greatest amount of forest? And how do we get the forest to regenerate? If we leave the forest as is, without any fencing, it will stay as it is today. Might these trees last another 100 years? They might. Although I will tell you in my last inspection, which was probably June or July, we did notice that we had beech leaf disease invading the large beech trees. This is a new disease coming into the Northeast that we don't know the cause of. We do know that within 5 to 10 years, it will kill every beech tree. And most of the trees that I observed were infected. You can tell the infection because it looks as though someone painted dark stripe, light stripe on every leaf as you look up into the canopy. Unfortunately, this is happening everywhere. I've walked through 3 or 4 forests since then, and it's not a good sign. Historically, as you know, the ash trees in this forest are doomed. Ash is a species that we don't know how much longer it will live in the Northeast. It is a native species. To give you context, in light of the Yankees playing tonight, you will notice that Major League Baseball players are now looking for alternative woods for baseball bats because there is insufficient ash for them to make their bats. This is an issue. We therefore suggested, as part of the negotiation, the deer fencing as much as we could get. The advantages are multifold. First, to put in context, the areas in green on this property are effectively undisturbed from the existing forest. The only areas in here that will have trees removed are in the areas that you see, of course, where the buildings are located, and in the white areas here down to the storm detention areas. The areas in dark green, which are undisturbed but will be deer fenced, are designed to allow for regeneration of the forest. A lot of this area in here is wetland. And unfortunately, right now, if you walk through here, you could not walk from here across here without getting cut up pretty bad. You would be cut up by the barberry thorns that are there. So to put some things in context, I know there's concern over disturbing the land. This is it. Most of this land will be undisturbed and will be protected. What does the deer fencing do is a question I tried to answer. This is an example of an area very similar to this forest. These are all northeastern forests, by the way, nothing taken out of this area. And this is the other side of the deer fencing after 9 years. And if you notice, there's a significant amount of undergrowth. There are significantly new trees here. The first time I observed deer fencing in operation and use was in a graduate study performed by a colleague back in 1982. And I can tell you that forest is almost fully regenerated. Effective deer fencing design is critical. If you don't do it correctly, it doesn't work. In my report to the planning board, you will see a recommendation by the New Jersey Department of Agriculture for a specific design in deer fencing, which will be this design. This was taken at the largest deer fenced restoration area that I know of in New Jersey, a total of 640 acres, fully deer fenced. It's in Hillsborough at Duke Farms. The Duke Estate is a preserved 2,700 acre estate. They have fenced 1 square mile, which is 640 acres. And they are studying the impact of how effective deer fencing can be. Deer cannot get through this fencing, obviously. They will not jump it. Deer have a limit typically of 6 to 8 feet. And you will notice the large spacing here. Small animals will have no problem getting through deer fencing. That was a concern raised in several of the hearings before. Fox, try to keep a fox out of anything, and that's not going to be done if you've ever had chickens, or had chickens is the operative word. And other small game will have no issue. The issue of chipmunks, birds, they have no impact on deer fencing, and deer fencing has no impact on them. These images are all taken at Duke Farms. This is 3 years worth of growth in a protected zone. Now, I'm going to go backwards quickly and then come back. Notice, all right, what am I doing? Oh, there we go. I'm going too fast for the computer. Sorry. See here? Put that image in your mind. Put that image in your mind. Sorry. There we go. And put that image in your mind. That is a significant change in growth pattern. Within a couple of years, you really don't even know the deer fencing is there. Vines love deer fencing, by the way, as you might imagine. This is deer fencing, again, taken at Duke Farms because it is the largest that I know of and the oldest study that's been done in New Jersey in terms of continuous use. I don't see the deer fencing. I had a hard time seeing it and I was standing next to it. The undergrowth will come into play and take over on that site. Another advantage of undergrowth is, of course, that the more growth I have, the more plants I have, the more water I will absorb if I'm the ground. The more undergrowth, the more water absorption. The more water absorption, the less runoff. And if you will notice on the map, just make sure I don't have to go backwards and forwards here. I do have to go backwards, sorry. Come on. There. I speak in Italian. No one else speaks Italian here. There. If you'll notice here, a lot of the deer fencing.
No, I'm sorry. You just know what screen it is because there's no page numbers. This is the schematic of the plan.
It just use SP11. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that's
Okay. If you notice on this drawing from SP11, a large section of deer fencing is on the steepest slopes. The undisturbed area is also in here, and on this side where it gets a little bit steep, not too bad, but this one in particular As this area fills in with that new growth, there will essentially be sponges, for lack of a better term, and it's not a technical term, into the ground. In addition, from a visibility standpoint, as that growth becomes denser, seeing through this space will be harder and harder. So natural growth regeneration reduces visibility through the forest, which to some people is disturbing, but to others makes sense, and it will increase water absorption. So as we go through the site, we do come up with about, based on a revised review of the site in 2024, where again, Davy Tree came in and did a basic walkthrough and certain revision. We have about 5,830 trees potentially being removed if the density in the developed zone is actually 212 trees per acre. And we can't guarantee it's probably lower in some spots and generally not higher. So this number is a maximum. The number actually decreases because the applicant actually has reduced the acreage of disturbance from what was allowed in the settlement agreement. So therefore, there are fewer trees potentially, and that's a very important word, potentially impact. In this proposed site, should it be approved, you have 77% approximately of tree cover preserved in perpetuity. The negotiation called for, in this case, and actually not on 33 acres, but only for 30, the applicant increased by 3 acres the total deer fencing, 33 acres of deer fencing. The 8-foot height will prevent deer from entering that area. Now, another question had been raised in one of the earlier hearings. What happens to the deer in the fenced area? The deer will be herded out of the area before the fence is closed with a gate. Each deer fenced area will be gated. The applicant can use that land for trails or recreation if they so choose. That's up to them, of course. But the deer will be driven out of that particular area. In both of my visits to the area, I counted approximately 8 to 10 deer maximum on the property. Not saying there aren't, and I am not saying that there aren't more deer on that property, but I will tell you their health will be limited by browse. The nearest deer fencing project in New Jersey to this site would be South Mountain Reservation. South Mountain Reservation has certain areas that they want to protect in the park with deer fencing surrounding them. The second area here, we use the tree laws here. Now, this is per the plan. We are looking at, this says trees save 0. Understand that that's assuming that every tree has to be removed. And we don't know that today. But for worst case scenario, my report projects the most number of trees. If trees can be protected, we will work with the applicant on that. On that same path, understand that when this project starts, we will be out there with a representative from Davie Environmental, who I've retained for this process, to make certain that we do not leave the area of allowed disturbance. So the areas that are protected will be observed, and we will work closely to monitor and make sure that does not change. The applicant was given credit for all of the native species that have been planted, and they were given credit for every tree preserved based on the deer fencing. Why? Well, as I would point out to you, most recently in the Association of New Jersey Environmental Commission's report for the fall, if you look in here, there's a large article on tree death in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. There is an entire section of this report talks about using deer fencing as a way to preserve and protect forests to allow them to regenerate. Their one caveat on deer fencing is the cost. That it's expensive to put acres and acres of deer fencing in. In this case, the applicant, when we negotiated with the applicant, we gave credit for that deer fencing to encourage that expense, if you will, because it's a big expense. The best price I have that I've seen on deer fencing is about $20 per linear foot. Think 33 acres and how many linear feet that is. So the applicant was given credit for the deer fenced area to encourage more area to be deer fenced, to encourage greater forest growth. In addition, the native trees, shrubs, and perennials, grasses and ground covers that the applicant has agreed, and by the way, these all, in terms of specific species, are subject to further discussion. Just as a point, we've already had discussion on one native species and substituting it for another, due unfortunately to climate change. We don't want to put a tree in that just can't survive. This is now your seed nursery. These shrubs will create seeds. Those seeds will be spread by wind. They will be spread by birds. They will be spread by animals. Well, if they land outside the deer fencing, they might live. But if they land inside the deer fencing, they have an infinitely better chance of growth. So we will try to encourage a greater amount of native growth into the forest. As I said to you, one of the sad parts of this forest is it's filled with invasive species, mostly from the backyards of neighboring properties, because they're planted there. It's no one's fault. We allowed them to be planted in New Jersey. It is what it is. This growth will be encouraged two things. One, it encourages, as I said, the growth of new plants and absorption of water. And two, the new plants over time, in studies that have been done throughout the country, can start to crowd out invasive plants. One of the beauties of native plants is, given time and given the right conditions, they can compete against invasives. It's good news going forward. That means we will preserve more land. We will preserve a number of trees. Most importantly, we will be reseeding by nature and allowing the trees that are still left in that forest after the beech and ash die out, which we know will happen, for new trees to come in, which will be predominantly oak maple, but will be others as well. We will have native shrubs and native flowers able to grow in that area, which are having a hard time today. The applicant's design reduces the footprint. This was also part of the negotiation. How much more can you put under a building, applicant, to save more forest? The applicant agreed to 100% native plants. We might choose to substitute indigenous, but non-native. To give you an example on that would be, if you want a particular type of evergreen that's been hybridized on the west coast of a species, and you want that on this site, they wouldn't get credit for it per se, but it's not invasive. And the most important thing in landscape design today is to avoid invasive plants. If you've ever been to the High Line in New York, as an example, there are plants from elsewhere of the United States or from Europe, but they're not invasive. So that can be done in a way that maximizes beauty, but doesn't hurt the environment. It can and includes passive recreation. 77% of the property will be preserved. The passive recreation, there are already trails in that property. They weren't cut by anyone. They were done by use of people over the years. And we also, of course, in the settlement, as you have seen in the applicant's presentations, they include permeable parking areas to reduce runoff. So, Chairman, that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Start off with the board. Do any members of the board have any questions for Mr. DeFeo? We're going to start off with Mayor McCartney.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. DeFeo, again, this,
Mayor, talking to the microphone, please. Thank
okay,
you.
slides were not numbered, but in the one slide that showed the deer fencing on the steep slope in the left-hand side, right? If we can go back to that.
It's slide 8.
Yeah, it showed the development. I just saw it was like 3 or 4.
Go back. I'll do it. It'd be faster if I do it. You're
It
talking
showed,
about the map,
it
correct?
showed, right, the development in the middle and the sides. Mhm. There you go. That was it. Yep.
That one?
Well, there's another one, right, with more green. Yeah.
It was SB 11?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. It's not listening to me.
Yeah, oh.
There you go. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the question is, I understand the 25-acre steep slope on the right, on the left where it shows the deer fencing there. Will that be moved? I mean, it's just in that one space, but it seems to me that that could even come in
You're talking about here?
further, yes.
Yeah, the problem with coming in further is I'm in wetlands in a stream corridor. And it's going to be difficult to get permission to come into that area. You don't want to be going into the wetland area. Just like even to go in here, if I wanted to
Right.
remove, or we wanted the applicant to remove the invasive barberry, they would have to get a permit from the DEP to go in there to remove the invasive plants. And so we kept the deer fencing to avoid impacting the wetlands at all. And that's why it didn't come in further.
Okay, and with the DEP, are there setbacks also with DEP as far as staying away from, I'm sure there are.
They want us to stay away from the wetlands. They would always want a developer to do that. Now, technically, because these posts are not set in concrete, the way wetlands rules are kind of weird. They'll just be wooden posts in the ground. In theory, they could be where they are, which is very close to the wetland,
Mhm.
but the department still has very big problems with you digging holes in wetlands. So really, this is about as far out as it could go.
Okay. And on another slide, it talked about the net required replacement, 1,400. But that really would depend on, here you go, net required replacement, 1,498 trees over the requirement. So define the requirement.
Well, the requirement's based on the way your township does a replacement plan of the tree ordinance. So this is giving the allowance to encourage more deer fencing.
Could the mayor just speak up a little bit?
I'm sorry. I was questioning the last line on that slide about the net required replacement over the requirement. I wanted to know what that actual requirement was because you're saying it's still an estimate of the 212 trees per acre. So what would be the requirement? Will it be the actual count of the trees that come down?
It would be based on your ordinance, and quite honestly, in the negotiations that we were working with, I don't have that in my head.
Mm. And we can find out? Mr. Plucker?
We can find, certainly we can find out
Okay.
if we go back and look. I just don't have it with me here today.
Okay. Thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Klein.
Go back to SP 11.
Sir. I really should have numbered these. shouldn't I?
Or even that one.
It doesn't
Yeah,
like.
that's good.
for
That's
some
good.
reason.
Yeah. So by putting the deer fence and sort of, I don't know, blocking their path, how will that change the migration, the
Mhm.
traveling patterns of the deer?
You know, that's a good question. Deer fencing does tend to impact migration. The important thing here is that deer are moving, no matter how you look at this, if there's no fencing here, the deer are moving freely like this.
Randomly.
It's a total random movement. There are deer paths that you will see in here where deer have traditionally walked, let's say this line. That's very common in a woodland. You'll see where they've walked through. It's hard to see in this forest because we don't really have enough undergrowth for them to collapse when they walk through, but they will walk everywhere. It's a little harder to judge them. You can see it. You just have to look carefully. The deer will have to do this. Or they'll do this way. Those that are in here, there may be some that will stay. The rest will move around as they do today because the forage isn't very good in here. There is forage, but it's not great. So they're moving around today. They will just take a longer path.
Will it affect, how will it affect the neighbors? In other words, the neighbors to the east, it looks like the deer will be blocked. The neighbors to the north, it looks like they might be funneled towards the north.
Well, not towards them so much, but they'll come around this way. This is still vacant land right now. Here, there are no houses right here as of yet. Will the deer move to other yards? Probably it's what they're doing today. Where there is no forage, they're moving around. Will it impact those yards? Well, there are three things that define what deer impact will be. What have the neighbors planted in their yard? If they planted hosta and a deer walks through there today, they're probably going to eat it anyway. If you plant something in your yard that a deer likes, the fence is irrelevant. They're finding a way to get there. If you plant things that are, and I want to use the word deer resistant, because there is no such thing as deer proof, except apparently for barberry. Because deer, when they are hungry, like anything, will eat. So the answer to your question is, will deer move? Yes. Will they go to anywhere else to eat? Yes. But of the 77% of this land, let's see, it's 33 acres of deer fencing, 20, let's say 30, just for math's sake, that's 66 acres. There's still 60 acres of open space here. The deer can walk around it. It's not like the whole site is being closed off. Right.
And you also said that the fenced in deer areas, the undisturbed areas, they could be used as trails?
Well, this area has a number of what I would call, it's not my judgment to say, but I would call them, since I haven't walked it that often, probably, for lack of a better term, illegal trails, people using the property. But those trails could be historic and going back 50 years for all I know. There are human trails that have been cut through here by use. I've seen occasional deer paths through here, but that was because I went off trail and looked for where the deer were going. So I was essentially tracking.
Right. But I mean, you said that it's going to be fenced in. There'll be some gates, I guess, to be able to get in there to maintain, to be able to open the gate.
Yes,
Doesn't that kind of
there will
defeat-
be two sets of gates in here at least, so that, and it's up to the applicant, although the applicant has said to me, they expressed an interest, not so much on this side here, the east side because of the steepness,
yeah.
but over here to potentially make this a walking recreation area for the people in the complex, so they could walk through the woods.
But then the deer will be able to get in there
The
too.
deer, the gate would have to be locked behind you.
All right.
This is not uncommon. Normally, when you want to use a deer fenced area, we use what's called a double gate. You've been to a dog park?
Oh, okay.
The same concept as a dog park. You lock the outer gate, then open the inner gate.
Okay.
Could people make mistakes? I can't attest for human behavior, but that will be a management company issue, or they could, of course, say, I'm going to lock it up and that's it. And we just go in for maintenance. As part of the settlement agreement, you should be aware this fencing must be maintained in perpetuity by the applicant. This is not municipal land.
Right.
This is all going to be private property.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Council President Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeFeo. I have a few questions. So, in your report, you mentioned, something about the number of deer in the forest or something that you observed. Can you just refresh my recollection of what that number was?
I said in the times I've been in that forest, I haven't personally counted, although I did not do a tree population survey, but I did not see more than 10 deer during my observations, which does not mean there aren't more. It just means that when I was there, that's what I saw.
So what's ridiculous?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to listen. Please, thank you very much.
So that you determined the number of deer in the forest by just walking in the forest and observing the number that you saw?
No, I did not make a determination. I stated that was my observation during my visits to that forest.
Okay, so
That's
we don't
different
know.
than making an actual statistical survey. I did not do a deer population survey.
Right, so we don't know how many deer are there.
No.
Okay. The deer fencing, you mentioned that this is designed to encourage more area to be fenced in, or you made some testimony about that. Can you refresh my recollection on that?
The statement was during negotiations, the question was, how can I get and work with the township to maximize preservation of the forest and encourage regrowth of that forest, having seen its health status in the first time I went through it. The best way, as I know, to regenerate a forest is deer fencing. But as I stated, deer fencing on a linear footage basis is very expensive to install And it is often considered the last thing you want to put in because of cost, not because it doesn't work, but because people don't want to spend the money, especially for this style of deer fencing. This isn't like what you put in a backyard. Thus, to encourage the applicant to then fence more area, in the negotiations, a recommendation was made and accepted to give more credit for more acreage of deer fencing.
So do we have any data on the cost of the deer, to install this deer fencing versus the cost to replace or replant the trees?
The cost for the deer fencing that I have calculated is about $20 per linear foot. I did not calculate the total linear footage on 33 acres. But the cost to replant the forest, I will tell you, most likely would be less on the initial planting, depending on the saplings and seedlings you plant. However, you would be doing that every year, and every year they would be eaten and destroyed, as they have been now. That's why there are no seedlings in the forest, or very little.
All right, just a moment ago, the mayor asked a question about the net number of required trees to be replaced. It's one of your slides. The top of the slide says tree preservation restoration plan.
Yeah, this one.
It says at the bottom, net required replacement is 1,498 trees over the requirement.
Correct.
I didn't understand that answer.
The answer was, I don't have your, it was based on your tree ordinance. I just don't have what the required calculation is based on that ordinance at the time of the negotiation, which is how this came about. I don't have that baseline in front of me, but that's what it is based on.
So it was based, the net number, and I'm a layman, so you gotta help me understand this. The net number of required trees to be replaced is almost 1,500 more than what the ordinance would have required at that time.
No, it would be less. We're giving credit for 279 native trees. They're getting a credit of 7,123 trees for the deer fencing based on the density of trees and the acreage that's being deer fenced. That is 1,500 trees more than they would have been required to replant. So this number would be 1,500 less, is the point. We're giving the credit given to deer fencing is designed to maximize the forest. Oh, sorry.
I just want to confirm, when you're talking about the ordinance, are you talking about the ordinance for this zone, or are you talking about the tree ordinance?
The tree ordinance.
That was in general for the whole.
In general,
town
for the whole town
at
at
the
that time.
time. So that, what the chairman just handed you is a copy of the ordinance for this zone. So
No,
that's
that-
different. Okay, so that's not clear.
No.
So what is the formula?
I don't have the formula in front of me for the ordinance.
But no,
It was
what is
done
the
this-
formula used to determine the credit for the deer fencing?
212 trees per acre times 30 acres.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you can't use 212 trees per acre to calculate the number of trees removed without giving the same credit to put them in. So it's an equivalent value either way.
So the deer fence credit it's 212 trees per acre that's fenced in, and
Correct.
that gets you 7,000 trees.
Correct.
So by not planting a single tree or shrub or anything else, this applicant gets a credit for over 7,000 trees planted.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to understand, because that doesn't seem logical to me.
Well, you have to understand the condition of the forest. Right now, you have a forest that effectively, for practical purposes, is in decline. If you want to regenerate and bring that forest back, you must do something. So you can do any number of things. There are lots of plans and lots of programs that are used to regenerate forests. Many are unpopular. And for example, in South Mountain Reservation, I'm sure you've all heard of deer hunts. I don't think that would be highly popular, but it certainly would help if you were in a pure mathematical perspective. I will say to you, at Duke Farms, Their program required taking out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deer. Because that's the only way in their mind, because that has a different plan. That's not part of this. However, what we do know is deer fencing on its own will work. Does take time, obviously. And we know it's extraordinarily expensive. Planting a tree is not that expensive. Planting a tree that will be killed is not much value. It doesn't regenerate the forest. It does nothing for the forest, really. This, giving them a credit, offsets the cost of that deer fence, which is extraordinarily expensive to put in. Again, we're not talking about putting in a nylon fence on plastic posts. We're talking about a New Jersey Department of Agriculture approved design deer fence. And as you saw, that's galvanized wire. Well, you know metals, but galvanized wire is expensive. On wooden posts with cross supports. This is not something you just put in. The $20 per linear foot, by the way, I believe was for the fencing, not for the installation.
Post.
So
Let's post.
you said, you mentioned something in your testimony that the settlement agreement allows more trees to be taken down than actually are. Did I hear that?
Yes,
correctly?
because in the settlement agreement, they were allowed, if I recall, and I don't have that in front of me right now, but it is that they only had to, number one, put in 30 acres of deer fence, and they were allowed to disturb over 30 acres of land. I would defer to the planner for the exact numbers, but they have proposed less than 30 acres of disturbance. So therefore, there is less tree damage.
And more fence.
And more fence. They proposed 3.6 acres more of deer fence. And I want to say 2.3 acres less of disturbance, plus or minus. So equivalently, that's like saying 6 acres less of any disturbance, which is significant acreage.
Mr. Chair, or perhaps to our board attorney, we've heard this settlement agreement be referenced multiple times in the testimony by various people, including Mr. DeFeo tonight. Is the planning board a party to that settlement
No,
agreement?
it's not.
Are we bound by that settlement agreement?
No.
You're bound by is the ordinance that was drafted as a result of the settlement agreement. So this ordinance came and was passed by the council whenever that was, back a couple years ago. And that's what the planning board is reviewing, whether this application meets the standards that have been set in that ordinance. And a lot of the references to the settlement agreement are the rationale and the basis for why that ordinance was drafted the way it was.
And the ordinance created a zone, the IH1 zone. So we're looking at the requirements of the IH1 zone.
All right, I just want to be clear because it's been referenced several times, and in some cases, it's been said the settlement governs. And I just want to be clear that that is not the case. I know that Mr. DeFeo didn't say that. It's been said in prior testimony.
Does-
It governs because it was the basis for the ordinance. So it's the genesis of the ordinance, and you're following, the planning board is required to follow what the ordinance requires for the zone.
And this was
Understood.
adopted into the master plan. So it is part of anything that we would, any part of the master plan, this has a place in it.
Understood. Just wanted to be clear about our responsibility or requirement to
Sure.
follow the settlement agreement.
I just, and I thank Councilman President Rutherford, because I think it's important. Mr. DeFeo did reference the settlement agreement multiple times, but can we just confirm, so there is no confusion going forward, so everyone here is on the same page and we have a clear record? The calculations that Mr. DeFeo referred to, the 212 per acre and all of the numbers and the crediting, I just wanted to confirm that is contained in the zoning ordinance.
Yes, so.
In the
a lot of
IH
what was approved in the settlement was adopted in the ordinance. That's why there's. a lot of
Understood.
But it's really the ordinance that's governing.
Mr. Efron,
Yeah, I think Council President Rutherford's question goes to the issue of, is the settlement agreement itself deemed binding as a separate entity from the ordinance? And I'm not sure, Ms. McGovern, your answer, with due respect, necessarily explains this. The question, I think, is the settlement agreement a part of the ordinance, or is the ordinance standing separately on its own?
I'm looking at the ordinance standing separately.
the settlement agreement created the ordinance.
Well,
And
the ordinance may have adopted elements of that. The question I think Council President is asking is, to what extent is a settlement agreement itself a binding document on the board?
This board had nothing to do with the settlement agreement.
Of course not.
The board is following the ordinance. And I think a lot of the crossover has to do with the fact that a lot of the information in the settlement agreement is replayed in the ordinance.
Well, it would be helpful for me if instead of all of these references to the settlement agreement, which all of us have now heard for months, that we would then reference the ordinance instead of the settlement agreement, especially when there may be some confusion or there may be an element that's in the settlement agreement that is not in the ordinance.
That's a very good point. We will continue to do that. Mr. Plucker.
Yeah, and one thing I can represent is that the ordinance was, a draft of it was attached as an exhibit to the settlement agreement, and the town council adopted that ordinance in that form.
Yes, so that is part of the crossover, is that the ordinance was attached to the settlement agreement, but the board is reviewing this in terms of following the ordinance. All right.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. DeFeo, you mentioned South Mountain Reservation, which is a property nearby we all, or I would assume all of us are familiar with, uses deer fencing. Are there any other spaces nearby that use deer fencing?
In terms of seeing, excuse me, in terms of deer fencing, you're saying? Top of my head, nearby, well, I would consider Hillsborough nearby, you might not, but Hillsborough will be the largest example I know of. Otherwise, they're randomly throughout certain gardens. I can't speak specifically of each one, but botanical gardens or horticultural gardens will often use deer fencing to protect in this area. I didn't go look at them. The ones I know of are the two I cited because they're the largest that I know of.
Is there data from either South Mountain or Hillsborough that shows over the course of time the growth of the undergrowth in the forest?
Well, I just gave you photographic evidence. That's all from Duke Farms.
That was a picture. Is there data? I mean, we're
You
looking
could
at.
go to Duke Farms website and you could read a study of their deer fencing project. That'd be no problem. You go right to Duke Farms Foundation and you would find their studies right there. I'm happy to get it for you, but
With respect, I would raise an objection to the suggestion that the board.
Mr. Efron,
consult.
Go right ahead, sir.
I would rate, with respect to Mr. DeFeo, who's not a lawyer, I understand.
thank
I
you.
would raise an objection to the suggestion that the board may independently look at website discussions that are not being offered in evidence.
It raises a good point. Mr. DeFeo, do you want to summarize, just summarize briefly what those findings are? If you can here, if not, we can introduce it as an actual exhibit later on if that's needed.
I can certainly do both. In brief, the study at Duke Farms, and they had I was not able to attend it, but about 3 years ago, they had a seminar on this as well. And I did talk to one of the people giving the seminar. Their findings were that within 3 to 4 years, you had significant undergrowth come back into the forest. In 3 to 5 years, you will see basically a new forest growing within the old forest, and the deer no longer do damage. That's about as short a summary as I could give you, but I would happily attach it and give you an amended report going forward.
Mr. DeFeo, I'm going to request that you send this to our secretary. It'll be posted on our website and provide it to Mr. Efron and Mr. Plucker.
My
It'd be my pleasure.
Council President.
My last question, Mr. DeFeo, at least for now, would be, is there any data with regard to projects similar to this one where you have an old growth undisturbed forest that then gets developed, utilizes deer fencing for a portion of it with regard to stormwater runoff? You mentioned in your testimony that the undergrowth will act like a sponge. Is there any data around that?
There is. I did not include it in my report. It wasn't part of what I was looking for. I'm happy to look up those reports for you and give you again a supplemental report showing that new growth absorbs water at a faster rate than old growth. That is a
So-
finding that's out there. I will gladly do that.
So requested, Mr. DeFeo.
Thank you.
A quick follow-up.
Mayor McCartney first and then Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to say that Essex County could also provide their findings on the deer fencing that they've been used in South Mountain Reservation, because that's come up.
We're gonna let Mr. DeFeo do that, but thank you,
Okay.
Mayor McCartney.
I'm happy to
Mr.
look at that
Klein.
as well.
Are there different, what is it, coefficients of runoff and things would you say the existing forest and the condition that it's in has a certain absorption value or a certain runoff value? And then 3 to 5 to 10 years from now, it'll have a different runoff or absorption value, and it would be a greater absorption, less runoff? Is that, I know, gravel is different than asphalt,
Sure.
different than grass, different than,
Grass is not a whole lot different than gravel and asphalt, quite
Right,
honestly,
right,
but
right.
yes, there are such studies. I don't have them. I didn't research them for this. I couldn't give you those numbers or coefficients.
Okay.
But I'd have to go research them separately. I didn't look for that in this case. That's based on my knowledge and experience and observation.
That's it for me, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there was one, excuse me, before you go on, Chairman, if I may.
Go
There
right
was
ahead.
a third thing you asked me to look up, and was that what the mayor, I think, asked? Essex County. I just want to make sure I get it right.
That's it for me, Mr. Chair, at least for me.
Thank you, Council President. Vice Chairman Garino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DeFeo, just
Yes,
a
sir.
real quick question. Just for the, environmental issues right now, the current invasion of non-native to North American pests, i.e. spotted lanternflies and Juro spiders coming into the area, and the effect with the forecast and current moisture and rain distribution, what kind of effect did that have, or did you take into consideration in your forecast for reforestation and regeneration?
Well, I don't know of anyone that's done a particular study on this level of drought in New Jersey and impact. Clearly, you're not going to have seed germination at this time of year as a rule anyway. We're going into the end of the growth seasons. Secondly, in this kind of a drought, obviously seeds cannot germinate. That's basic science 101. As far as the change in climate going forward in the invasive species, certain invasive species, of course, are hosts to spotted lanternfly. The good news is this year, believe it or not, we haven't been stomping as many spotted lanternflies as we have over the past few years. We don't quite know why, but we are finding that to be good news. We have found that some native spiders and native insects are eating spotted lanternfly, as are some bird species. They're, I guess, acquiring a taste. We will have a new spider coming in soon that also has a taste for them. You probably have heard about. It's a very large spider, harmless, but likes them, which is good. As far as the impact of regeneration of the forest, it clearly would slow it down. And that's just common sense. It is basic science. Can I say what will happen as we go forward? And if we have droughts of this duration in perpetuity, well, it wouldn't make much difference if there was deer fencing or not, because nothing's going to grow anywhere. We have to hope, truthfully, you have to hope for some rain. That's the best we can hope for. Clearly, it'll slow it down. Invasive species, clearly emerald ash borer, wiping out our ash trees. Spotted lanternfly doesn't per se wipe out a particular species. The key is to get rid of invasives like Ailanthus, which is a host species. We'd like to make sure that doesn't occur. I did not see much Ailanthus in that forest, which is good. But getting rid of invasive species helps because invasive species are often hosts for invasive insects. And that's something that we would like to reduce.
Thank you, Mr. DeFeo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. DeFeo, is there any federal or state organization that the applicant can be supplied with seedlings to replant in the forest to help move things along?
There are programs run by the Department of Environmental Protection each year and the Department of Agriculture to give out seedlings. I'm not certain a commercial developer or a professional developer would be eligible for them for free. But there are programs federally and on a state level for that. I haven't looked into the specifics. They're typically designed for homeowners and towns looking to do local parkland.
Could you look into that and see
Sure.
if the developer and or the town could find that out and start replanting as part of this project? Mr. Alper, thank you. Mr. Alper.
Thank you. Mr. DeFeo, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to jump around because I've got things from your testimony, things from your written report, and a lot spurred by questions Council President Rutherford had. First, the idea of a tree credit for the fenced area, is that common in projects like this?
It's a very good question. Projects like this are not common.
Mm.
I have not seen, and I have spoken to environmental chairs from multiple towns and planners from multiple towns and counties that I work with or know over years. And I said, has anyone ever had this type of ordinance? I won't use the word settlement agreement again, this type of an ordinance with environmental safeguards of this type, with this type of mandate done before, because when I started these negotiations, the first step I made was to contact colleagues and say, hey, I've been asked to do this negotiation. I've never seen this literature. Have you? No. To tell you how much no one has seen it is, I'm going to use the word settlement agreement again because I don't have the ordinance, but the negotiated pages from the environmental settlement element, the one section that says environmental, I have been emailing around the state to other colleagues who have asked for it. And in fact, even in my own town, we now use it as a handout for developers as a guideline. So the short answer is no.
So it's a unique idea. So there's
I
nothing,
don't know. I
there's
don't
nothing to
take credit
compare
for
it
the
to.
unique idea, but I give your town credit for pushing for the question and saying, make environmental concessions part of this somehow.
Mm. Is there any chance that DEP would deny, if they even can deny, the ability to put in the fence, especially on the wetland side because of the proximity?
Well, we're not going into the wetlands, so we're fine there. Even if we were in the the zone where we have a buffer zone to a wetland, we would still technically be fine under the Wetlands Act. If I put a wooden post into the buffer zone, I'm okay.
Huh,
If I
okay,
put a wooden post in concrete in the buffer zone, I'm in trouble. It's
gotcha.
a
So there's no
strange
chance
little-
they can tell us we can't do it at some point.
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing permanent is the answer to your question.
Gotcha. On the deer, would it be reasonable to expect that the displaced deer, could become problem deer, not just in the yards, but in terms of traffic and cars, collisions, that sort of thing?
You know, I would suggest to you that the deer are already a problem for traffic in neighboring yards. We're not talking about, again, there's 60 acres for them to roam in and eat on that property and continue to eat. I don't have a density of deer per acre, but I know if you look at South Mountain Reservation's density of deer per acre, it's way too high. They will move. There is no doubt about it. Will they be a greater traffic problem than they are today? I couldn't answer your question.
If it were desired to get a deer population survey, how would that take place?
You have to hire a wildlife surveying company, someone that specializes in doing deer counts, and they would come in, not exactly like a tree survey, because of course deer move. But you would do that kind of a count and come up with a density per acre. As you could read, well, I get it for you, but if you look at South Mountain Reservation, they've done a deer density survey there. Duke Farms, anyone that has deer problems does a deer density survey. Any survey I have read for anywhere in Essex County says we have too many deer per acre.
Would you recommend that one be done as part of this project? Is it important to know the actual number or an actual, to have an actual estimate of the number, the density?
In my opinion, no. I'd be happy to research it further. I don't see that this has enough impact on the deer population. The deer population is impacted by many factors.
Sure.
And one of them is just general development, you know.
Is it possible that there's anything other than the deer that have destroyed the underbrush, disease, the people partying in the woods, you know, the human evidence that we've seen on the trails?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is it possible that something other than the deer is contributing to the loss of underbrush? So that in which case maybe putting in deer fencing wouldn't restore the underbrush because it's a disease like with the trees or it's human activity, trampling?
The human activity that I observed over the last 4 years, plus or minus, tends to be very confined to very specific sites. Sites that are bordered by rock and boulder, places where people could hide. I don't want to get into anything else, but the number of beer cans I saw would imply there was illegal drinking there.
Same.
Illegal deer stands, zip lines that were from tree to tree. My favorite
Wow.
was a motocross course that was built between the trees. And that one I don't understand. But the impact would be very localized. The impact of lack of undergrowth is throughout the forest. And humans aren't going at that level throughout the whole forest.
Okay, that makes sense. How much maintenance does large scale deer fencing need?
It really all depends on the weather. Galvanized deer fencing is going to last a long time. Galvanizing is an old process and it tends not to rot out. If something falls on it, i.e. a tree falls, that needs maintenance. The posts, I did check at Duke Farms, their wooden posts have been in the ground in some cases over a decade without any rot. So I would say limited maintenance, short of destruction by weather. That I can't make a prediction to.
Is it feasible to make a maintenance manual for that? Sort of like you have to have maintenance manuals for the stormwater systems?
In the report that I submitted to the planning board, you will see the New Jersey Department of Agriculture requirements for the deer fencing, and that will reference what needs to be done.
Okay. I think you were asked a variant of this. Any idea how long it would take the undergrowth in the fenced areas as it starts to regenerate? How long it would take for it to absorb as much water as the trees and whatever limited underbrush get removed for construction?
Well, you're looking really at two questions. The short answer is I couldn't tell you the exact absorption rate, as I mentioned earlier.
Right.
There are formulas for such things, but the general consensus would be, number one, as of right now, in the deer fenced areas, you're not going to lose trees. No one's cutting them down.
Right.
So all this would do is be an additive. Where trees are being removed, you've heard significant testimony regarding stormwater regulations and stormwater design. That water is contained separately. The areas of the deer fencing will increase water absorption on those slopes over time. Using the data I've seen at the Duke Farms Foundation and elsewhere, within 3 to 4 years, you're going to see significant undergrowth coming in. That's significant new plant growth, which should increase absorption very quickly. As to absolute numbers, I can't give you that.
Sure. There's a mention in your written report about using some GPS mapping to point out specific trees to be possibly preserved. Is that something that we can require as a condition?
Yes, and I apologize. I did not actually reference my report per se. I was referencing the PowerPoint.
Sure.
In my secondary report, I do make 3 recommendations for you that are in response to questions that have been raised by this board and by residents. The first one being, what can we do, although this is an indirect response, what can we do to protect trees that are in the disturbed area? Because again, it doesn't per se have to be clear cut necessarily. I am recommending, and I don't know that you can require it, I defer to council what you can and can't require, but I do recommend that we can do what's called a GIS overlay or a GPS overlay, where using exact data points of latitude and longitude, we can identify tree locations of species and particular trees that are of unique value. And therefore see if those trees, for example, we can set a parameter, every tree over 36 inches. And I'm just picking a number, by the way, not telling you that is the number. But we could say, we want to know every tree of greater than 36 inches in the area of disturbance and which of those we might be able to preserve. I would recommend that that is a good thing to do. It is not very expensive. It is very quick to do. And it would definitely give us more. Does that mean all those trees would be saved? Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that at all. If it's in the middle of a building, it's not going to be there. But it gives us another point of reference to look at because those mature trees become seed trees going forward.
Can you just, for the public's edification and for ours, if we didn't remember it, can you mention what your other suggested conditions were?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Your report is dated October 16th, 2024.
Is that what you were asking, the date of the report?
No,
I just wanted, it's a reference point because that's what you're referring to.
Yes, the one that's
I
on the
just wanted
agenda.
it to be on the record, what we were talking about.
I'm sorry. And what was your
I
question?
was looking for for the other conditions you were
Oh,
recommending.
yes. Well, in that, and I'll restate it just for the record, October 16, 2024 report, which was submitted. What we did here is 2 things in this report. One, it updates the 2019 tree study with 2024 field observations. We did not repeat the tree count because there was really no need to do so. The forest has changed virtually not at all in those years. And in that situation, what we noted, again, consistently, because this was raised by the public, has the forest changed? Have you looked at the forest again? The finding is that there is still a lack of understory growth. There are very few shrubs, seedlings, or wildflowers. As I noted earlier, the primary finding of shrubbery in that area is what we call Japanese barberry, which is a highly invasive plant. Unfortunately, just as a side note, still sold in most garden centers in New Jersey, which I do not understand. And we have indicated in this report that our measurements showed at least 80 to 100 yards of clear viewing. Now, what that means is there is nothing blocking my view but large trees for every 80 to 100 yards, which means if you were standing 100 yards away from me, I can probably see you. In a healthy forest, that should not occur. I should not be able to see you 100 yards away. Again, as I had noted in my observation, we saw 10 deer in that one survey. The forest consists, as we said, of mostly large trees in the observational walkthrough that we did in 2024 because we weren't being specific to plots that were specifically identified. We did notice a couple of 1 and 2 inch seedlings and saplings, I should say. They're not seedlings at that point. So we did notice some saplings. We also, because again, the question was raised, we did a little more identification of some of the tree species. I will not go through the Latin names at all that are in the report, but you can look them up. Numerous species of oak. That makes sense. This is an oak mixed hardwood forest, which is common to this part of New Jersey. We noticed multiple maples, hickories. We also noted, I want to know pleasantly and surprisingly, some flowering dogwoods as an understory tree. They were fairly large, which means they survived the deer. Unfortunately, also, I would point out to you, sadly, that flowering dogwood is subject to a disease called anthracnose, which is a fungus. And unfortunately, we're losing a lot of native flowering dogwoods as well. They have a shot at survival. It's not something, it's native, it's a native disease. We think they'll survive. We did also notice American beech, which I did mention to you as being a tree that I do not expect to see there within a decade or two at most, because of beech leaf disease. Black cherry, a good understory tree, and sassafras, also an understory tree. We did notice a few of those. Those are good signs. It's a fairly diverse forest, as I said, what we would call an oak mixed hardwood forest. That's native to New Jersey and this part of New Jersey. Also in the walkthrough, as I said, we did notice the beech leaf disease. We did see some very large trees. We took a very few measurements, just to reiterate, and we have some really good sized trees, 24 to 36 inch in diameter. That's a big tree. That's a really good sized tree. We also put in there, then we give you our conclusions. We talk about, again, excessive deer browse. I'll just reiterate quickly, and that deer fencing would help. The other findings that we made, there were questions raised on 2 other issues here. One was there was some concern over the observation of the ventilation grates, I believe they were called. Is that the correct term? For the parking garages, there was some concern over those ventilation grates and the observation of them.
Yep.
So I did a little bit of research and submitted with this some suggestions. There are some native, and this is going to get where it's a little tricky, indigenous to the East Coast vines, some of which are evergreen, meaning they don't lose their leaves, some of which have great flowering capacity for hummingbirds. The most common ones live further south, but are moving north. So you could say, are they native to New Jersey? That gets into a fine fight.
They're getting there.
They're going to be.
Climate change. Yeah.
But they're native to the United States.
Okay.
And they could be planted and going to, I believe it was the chairman who raised it, but they could go in and hide the grates and allow for butterflies. Also, there was a question raised on pollinator gardens. So I'm suggesting that we get the applicant to look at the species, and I have put species lists in this report that they could look at and pick from. Not saying pick this one, but they could put together certain species to maximize pollinators, butterflies, bees, etc., for the area where they might want to put those gardens. Now, that's all part of this and trying to be an answer in the October 16th report to the questions raised by this board and the residents.
Appreciate it. I think that might be all I've got, finally. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and- go ahead. For housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen, on Zoom and in the audience, this report was provided to the township and is on the township website as a link. You can download it or open it yourself. And at this time, I'm going to ask the applicant's representative, Mr. Plucker, will you agree to page 3? I'll give you a chance to look at that of the October 16th, 2024 report, the 3 recommendations by Mr. DeFeo at the bottom of the page. Okay, applicant is signifying saying yes. Okay, so
Oh,
we'll
no,
put that,
I did receive them and review, but I think your question is, as a condition of approval, would
Yes.
the applicant agree to those recommendations?
yes, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that's correct. We do.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
And I think the one thing concerning the GIS overlay and the tagging of specimen trees or what have you is that we would hopefully not just note where the 36 or 40-inch tree is, but we would say, there'd be a process by which we could say, wait a minute, this one, all right, this one's under the middle of a building. That's a problem. We can't do anything about it. But this one's alongside a road. The road could maybe be adjusted.
Right. And just for the record, it's always been the applicant's position that when in the field happenings, if there is an approval and we are in the field, we are committed to work with the town, whether that be Mr. DeFeo or anybody else the town chooses to discuss these issues, determine what the best species and best course of action is when we're actually in the field putting the stuff in the ground.
Thank you. We'll add that to the final
Thank you.
resolution. Mr. Wilks,
Yes, can you just give me another explanation for the deer fence credit? I'm just trying to understand it better.
Okay.
And then how you got to the number.
They're basically, we say there are 212 trees per acre in that forest. That's our estimate of the highest density.
Okay.
Now, as I said earlier, we use that highest density number from all the different tree plots to calculate the potential damage or potential removal, because that made it look as bad as it can look.
Mhm.
To be fair, if I'm trying to encourage someone to spend a lot of money to deer fence and preserve a forest, I need to give that equivalent credit for the acreage protected and say those same acres have that same density.
Good.
And that's where you get to that number.
Okay. And so when we're talking about where the deer fencing in, you're saying where the area that's going to be protected is kind of going to act like a sponge. Is that what you're saying?
Let me go
So-
back to this.
so-
I really hate PowerPoint. I've been lecturing all day. So tired of it. It's something about this slide. I don't know what it is about this slide. It does not like.
Was it SP11?
I knew it was good.
There we go.
Okay, sorry again about that.
No.
Technology is a wonderful thing. In this deer fenced area, as we were saying, within 2 to 3, 4 years tops, this area is going to be heavily regrown with light growth underneath, understory growth.
Right.
Perhaps tree seedlings, shrubbery, flowers, etc. Remember, this area here that's being disturbed is being re-landscaped with all native species of trees, shrubs, and native grasses and wildflowers. As they mature, and by the way, going back to, just to reiterate, going back to an earlier question, I believe by Mr. Morgan, you know, yes, we have drought, but these areas I suspect will be irrigated, which will give what's planted a good chance of survival. As the seeds start to grow in here and fill in this space with seedlings, you will have more absorption of water because you have more plants. This is not a mathematical question.
Right.
It is more plants mean more water absorption if it's on a steep slope. This area is less sloped, of course. That's the basis of the formula. The credit, as I said, based on trees per acre, excuse me, goes back to the cost of this deer fencing. This is not an inexpensive agreement for the applicant. And as I stated earlier to Mr. Alper, I know of no other ordinance
thank you.
that incorporates anything like this. I'm not saying they don't exist. I just don't know of any. And I have asked all over the state.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Mr. Wilk?
somewhat. Somewhat.
Okay.
Now, like, because I'm really asking a question that really doesn't have much of an answer, because like I said, it's nobody else has done this before. So it's not much to go on. But what I am a little concerned about is that I think Mr. Alpert asked a question about what is your recommendation? Are they going to be able to do enough for the other areas? So if those areas are really acting as a sponge, are we just looking at the rest of the area? It's deteriorating. We're not really doing much to help it. What does the applicant require? What would you recommend the applicant to do? It was, maybe I'm piggybacking on what you asked as well. What are your plans? Exactly. What do you really recommend for them to do?
Are you talking about in this light green area where we're
Yeah,
not putting deer
yes,
fencing?
Yes.
Okay.
On the other side of the deer fence.
That area is going to remain the way it is today. You know, perhaps somewhere down the road, working with the management, I can't say it's going to happen. You know, all sorts of things can be done, but it will grow the way it's growing today. The trees that are in here, short of the species that I've already identified, such as American beech and ash, those trees are healthy in this area, and in some cases, some of the oaks in this area probably have another 100 years of life.
Okay.
You know, there's most of them, other than the ones that are infected, as I've talked about, could live anywhere from 100 to 150 years. I'm not certain. I'm reasonably certain I won't be here in 150 years to see what happens to it. But I can't tell you what'll happen that far down the road. What I can say is deterioration shouldn't, again, there's no absolute number to this, shouldn't be any worse than it is today. In fact, it might get better.
It might.
Because you have so many new plants going in to reseed. It's conceivable, with no promises,
Right.
that enough new plants will grow in a similar fashion to my seeing some young saplings in there, that enough might start to survive because of everything else going on. And by sheer number, I might have a healthier forest.
Okay. Well,
I have a chance. Let me put it that way.
Well, I'm really going based on what you had mentioned in your testimony earlier, that if you don't do anything, yet it's going to get worse. So that's why I want to be able to have something in place to protect that.
Well, that's why we have the deer fencing here, because that gives us a base of a seed bank.
Okay.
You know, that's a starting point. Now, I have heard people say seeds won't get from A to B. Well, those barberry didn't get them by themselves.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
seedlings can travel several hundred yards on the wind, up to miles in some cases for certain seeds. Wildlife moves. The deer will move. They will carry seeds. If you've ever walked through this forest or any forest and gotten burrs on your clothes, that is a means of seed transmission.
Okay.
It's going to get there.
No other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Cardoza.
Yes, thank you, Mr. DeFeo, for your presentation and your testimony during questioning thus far. You had a reference image on this slide deck. You had a reference image for a forest of 3 years of regrowth, with 3 years of regrowth. And in a later slide, slide towards the end of the deck, you referenced that native species contending with invasive species when provided the right specific beneficial conditions can contend with those invasive species. So ultimately you're saying that the deer fencing would, under the best conditions, create, or would, everything going correctly, create those conditions? Is that?
The deer fencing is intended to maximize the possibility of those conditions. I can't guarantee anything at all.
Okay.
No one can, because we're dealing with nature.
What are some of those ideal conditions?
That we start getting normal weather, and I don't know what that is anymore, quite honestly, to tell you the truth. But if we start getting normal rainfalls and some normal temperature swings, the fact that we have wildlife moving through the area will help, because it helps with seed dispersal. We have fox, we know there are fox in the area. I know there are coyote in West Orange. We have multiple species of birds and small game. All of those animals act as dispersal agents for the forest.
Okay.
With the deer fencing, what that does is allow where they have dispersed, those seedlings have a better chance of growth. And what you will get is what we call more normal forest succession, where the forest ages, young things grow, old ones die. And as they get replaced, so as a large tree, to give you an illustration, if we have a storm and a large tree is thrown down in that deer fenced area, it's not going to be cut up. It will remain undisturbed. That tree that comes down acts as a nursery for new tree seedlings. As the tree rots, it creates a growth environment that's wonderful for new trees. So that is what you will start to see to occur. Now, if I see that and I get new growth, it's gone because the deer have come in and eaten it, which I can't blame the deer, but that's what they do.
Okay, I appreciate that. So to clarify, we can't say for certain, you just can't positively state that, yes, it's, 100% going to create ideal conditions, the deer fencing alone. But I believe during Council President Rutherford's questioning, you referenced a 3 to 5 year time span. I'm trying to, what was that in reference to?
Show you this. This shows you, you can see the, do it with the pointer, sorry. You see here, this is deer fencing, okay? Where I'm standing is on the wrong side of the fencing, where there is no deer fencing. Within 3 years, this area was completely denuded by deer. Like, it's very similar to the forest that we're talking about. It looked basically the same. In 3 years, this is the growth after the deer fencing is in place starting to come up. In fact, this is even worse than the spite I was at in our forest because of it was farm field and some other things as well. But there was no growth here. This is how quickly land regenerates itself when it's given that opportunity. That's what I was referencing in 3 years.
Okay, much appreciated. I believe you also had a slide referencing the percentage of seedlings that you expect to fall into the fenced area. After, I don't know how, was that a projection after a certain amount of time?
I'm not certain they had a number of seedlings.
It was towards the end of the
Okay,
deck.
let me move to that. Again, my apologies for not numbering these. Is that what, let's see, probably this slide. You're talking here?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so as part of the landscape plan that is currently proposed, and mind you, this is somewhat fluid in terms of some numbers. These numbers may increase. The speciation, the specific species are not ironed out in stone yet, but they are looking at using
No problem.
as is pretty common in developments, you see flowers put in the ground, you see shrubs put in the ground or perennials. Most places use Bermuda grass, something your typical lawn, one of the greatest weed infestations we've ever created, in my opinion. They aren't going to be using a lot of it. They're going to be using native plants, native ground covers. That's what I said, that they're proposing 2,166. I don't know the exact number we'll end up with, but it will be at least that. And as they grow and spread, they will go to seed. And as they go to seed, they will spread throughout the area. That's the goal. They become nursery stock, if you will. You're not digging them up to move them, don't get me wrong, but they're going to become nursery stock by seed. One of the advantages of native plants over non-native plants is that native plants will seed themselves. Many non-native plants don't seed because they're hybridized and can be sterile. These will seed and spread, which is what we want.
Okay. So then with these native plant additions, maybe piggybacking a little bit off of Mr. Wilkes' line of questioning, is there a way to project how much we can expect seedlings to fall within the undisturbed area versus the fenced area, or, you know, outside of the development? There's no way to, you know.
It'll depend on the
judge
direction of the
in
wind, the
patterns and-
strength of the
okay.
wind, and where the animals choose to go.
The proposed deer fencing, how far would it extend into the ground?
The posts,
Yeah,
I would have to look at the spec sheet.
Okay.
That is attached. I
Yeah.
just don't have it in my head.
and the fencing itself?
The fencing itself doesn't go underground, it goes to the
Okay.
ground.
All right, perfect. So then, as you mentioned before, it wouldn't interfere with animals that dig and burrow.
Now, burrowing animals, I mean, chipmunks are gonna walk through it.
Yeah.
Fox, woodchucks, they're gonna burrow under it. It's not designed to stop them. Deer don't burrow that way. They will push. But this fencing is stiff galvanized with cross members, and they're not going to get under that. That's why it's used. Other animals, they're not, small animals are going to have no problem transferring through this area.
Okay. Terrific. And then, in reference to the deer or I should say, you referenced I believe only one alternative to deer fencing, which was deer hunts.
Hold on. Someone's got the game on.
Okay. Critical information.
Not my fault.
No, not at all. You mentioned one alternative deer fencing, which would be deer hunts, which is obviously less humane. Any other alternatives that the board should, or the general public should be aware of, and how did you come to the determination that this is the best option?
It's not the best option. The best option to control deer purely on a control basis, not a recommendation for this application.
Mhm.
The best option to control deer is a combination of hunting, which reduces population, deer fencing if you want to regenerate the forest, and potential deer relocation, which is extraordinarily expensive, very stressful on the animal, and not all that successful in my experience of reading. However, this is the best option that I could come up with, professionally speaking, for this site with all of the limitations that go with it. Housing density nearby, neighbors, trying to anticipate the, shall we say, disaffection with the deer hunts in South Mountain Reservation. I've never seen that be a very popular option. When it's on large private property, that's different. But this is the best option I could come up with in the time of negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Feo. Much appreciated. That is all my questions, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Cardoza. Ms. Capfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. DeFeo. I have a couple questions about the beginning of your presentation, kind of about the study that you had done. One, I think you show a couple pictures of the tree canopy.
Yeah. I'll
Over
get there in a second.
time. Yeah.
That?
Yes. Could you describe, I mean, if I understood you correctly, you said that, these photos over time, because it shows little change, that's not a positive thing. So what would, if we were to look at a mature forest that it would be positive, what would it look like? Like
You would-
how would that change be different?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What I say is this over, and this, by the way, I didn't put every image I looked at into this show, this slideshow. I have looked back at images back to 1985. That's as far back as I can get a satellite image for this site. So to give you context, one change is this was wooded. Right? It's this woodland. What I would expect to see in here is, and this is a winter image, admittedly, but I would expect to see open areas. I would expect to see areas that have been cleared because of nature, trees falling, dying, et cetera, but with new growth coming in, which I won't see in the winter image, of course. But as I start to look again at this other winter image, what I'm seeing is literally no change. This is not meant to be definitive. This is just illustrative of these forests being very consistent over time. Since 2002 to today, these trees have simply gotten bigger.
Okay.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Mhm.
I do have a problem with the fact that on the ground, looking at this forest, I don't see any change even over 5 years with any understory growth. I see some growth, which I saw last time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that helps some. Then moving a bit further into your presentation, I think you had a chart that was, I think you said it was a histogram.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So when someone went out to measure the trees, were there measurements done on trees that were less than 4 inches?
You don't do measurements in a tree survey
that's-
on anything under 4 inches. You observe they're there,
Mhm.
but you don't take physical measurements of them.
Right. So how would that show up then? Like, how would that be characterized on this chart?
You would see it by observation. We would just count them. They
Oh.
just didn't appear in the, let me go back and be clear on this. These types of studies and histograms are not absolute. This is a statistical survey,
Mhm.
right? And which I'm sure you understand, but this means in these circled areas, we did not find any of those trees. On my second, and when we did a walkthrough in 2024, as noted earlier, we did see some saplings under 4 inches. But I would say to you, although we did not do a statistical measurement, they weren't statistically significant. And the basis of that is purely anecdotal and by response. Oh my goodness, there's a sapling.
Mhm.
And when you're that surprised at seeing one, that's not good.
So what you're saying though is that on that chart, there wouldn't, that how would you have a number there? I mean, right now it looks like there are
If
zero.
in those study plots.
Yeah.
They saw them, they would count them and put them there.
You-
Because they know they're under 4 inches. I mean, that's observationally, we can tell you that.
Uh-huh.
And when the arborist who was used to go out into that section, there were 3 of them actually. Easily through years of experience, okay, there's some 3-inch saplings, we would note down, there are 5 of those.
Okay.
But that, again, on the 16 feet or 10 feet outside each of those little plots, I'm not saying there can't be one. But
Yeah.
that's not what you study because it messes up your statistics. What I'm saying is when you're doing this kind of a study, understand it's a statistical survey. It's not an absolute. No one is going in here and counting every single tree in that area. It's just not feasible. But when I say there are no saplings in the study areas, I'm sorry, I'm not hitting the circles very well. I was never good at those games. I could be here, which is outside of the study area, and I could see a sapling potentially, but I wouldn't count it in my statistical study because it's not in the study plots. In 2024, as noted, we did see some saplings, but we weren't doing a repeat of the statistical survey of the forest. We weren't recreating that survey. It was unnecessary, in our opinion.
Yeah, thanks for explaining. I think I was confused when I saw that slide and I was, thinking surely there have to be more than 0. And just confused as to, where the number was and how someone would arrive at that number. So is the deer fence, is that practice promoted by other experts? I know you mentioned that the Department of Agriculture, it sounds like that they have a design guide or something like that. So are there other entities that use the deer fence? I know you said Duke Farms and Essex County. Are there others that promote, like, does DEP have a stance on the deer fence?
To my knowledge, I haven't seen anything published by DEP, but there have been, and I have read over the years, multiple studies, Cornell University, Penn State, major University of Syracuse. Many have done studies on this. U.S. Department of Agriculture Forestry has done studies on deer fencing. What I have read would say, to summarize succinctly, is it works, but very expensive.
Okay.
Probably the single most expensive means of trying to preserve a forest, and not feasible, as most would say, when you're trying to preserve a national forest or something to that size. It's just not feasible.
Mhm.
Duke Farms happens apparently to have a significant resource base of money to be able to create that much fencing. Some of their fencing, however, was also paid for by settlements with polluters over the years. That's how they could afford it. In this case, you have an ordinance based on a settlement. Is that close? That does call for the applicant to pay for the deer fencing.
Thank you. And then question about, and I'm not sure if this question is for you or for us, but does someone review the design for the fence? Like how, if it's something that, maybe is unfamiliar, how do we determine?
I think he testified to the design of the fence.
Okay, but
Mr. DeFeo?
Yes, I did testify to the design of the fence, and in fact,
Okay.
part of my report, the New Jersey Department of Agriculture design standard.
okay. And then one question, I believe you said something about that the deer are herded out, like when the fence is actually closed. How does that work? I mean, maybe this is a silly question, but I'm thinking, it's a very large area. How do we ensure that all the deer are out, and any other wildlife for that matter that might be, larger than a burrowing animal? Like how do they leave?
Yeah, I'm not worried about any animal other than the deer not getting out of there on their own. I'm not going to worry if they get out on the day that the fence is closed, they'll get out. The deer, not much different than herding out any other animal. You're going to have to, I don't have the exact methodology in front of me, but what you would have to do, because it will be determined at that time. But essentially you do a sweep. You start at the farthest points from the gate and you make, and it's going to sound rather arcane, but similar to driving game when hunters do that They drive game by having people move game in a specific direction. If we go to the, let me go back and show, let me do that. It's probably easiest. So I'm not gonna even go to the next slide since I have such bad luck with it. But presuming that, let's just presume for argument's sake right now, because the final design isn't done, that the gate is here, just for argument's sake. So what you would start to do is create, whether it's with people or some other means, probably people, because you can't get a machine in here, you create a line and you begin walking in this direction and you begin a sweep. So you create an arc. And the deer are not going to come towards you. They're going to move away, and you continue that until you arc, and they only have one point to go, and that's going to be out the gate. They can't get over it, so they're going to go through the gate. It's not a very sophisticated thing, but it can be very effective.
All right, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Guess who's up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do you have any questions
Just,
for Mr. DeFeo about his testimony?
one quick question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You had indicated also invasive species within the undisturbed area that's gonna be, fenced with the deer fencing.
Correct.
Are there any plans, since that'll be fenced in, are there any plans to do anything to remove the invasive species in that area?
That is not something that we've discussed at any great length. There are no plans that I know of to do that.
Just wait naturally then and hope that the new growth, causes the, invasive species to back off or succumb?
Over time, that's what would anticipate, but I also don't know that the applicant may not want to put a trail in their walking trail and do some clear. It's up to the applicant. They may choose over time to say, let's do something, create a garden club. I'm not saying they will, but perhaps the community in there wants one. Any number of things can be done in those areas. They're not wetlands, so they can be disturbed.
All right, thank you.
And let me be clear, when I say disturb, I mean take out the invasives.
No, I understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Mr. Hazel, do you have any questions for Mr. DeFeo on his testimony?
Yeah, quick question. I thought this was actually very fascinating as well, because I'm not familiar with any type of development was done in this land, so I did do some research in it. But question, looking at the slides that you had at the start of the session, the slideshow, showing no variation in the vegetation, and so is that normal for a terrain that is, you know, you have a wetland area, you have a fairly inclined area, is that normal that it would be that consistent across?
You're talking about the line of sight being so clear?
Not just the line of sight, but just looking at the canopy and things of that sort. I would expect that within the wetland area, for instance, there may be greater density there, even by the standards of little density, but it would be relatively greater density in the wetland area, maybe more or less on the.
It's a very good question. The answer is no, I would have expected a higher density in the wetlands, but unfortunately, the higher density in the wetlands that we observed was barberry. And it's an extraordinarily aggressive plant. It obviously very successful, but not in a means that I would like to see. So we did see higher density, but nothing of the native variety that we wanted.
So I think one of the commissioners did ask me, was there anything else that was impacting the condition of the forest? Would it be then that the deer are a major contributor, but that this invasive vegetation is also having a significant impact?
Yes, the invasive plants normally have an impact, like number one, since there isn't a high density of native plants, because the deer are eating those. The invasive plants are left. The deer don't go there. You won't find deer resting and sleeping in barberry. It's not very comfortable. And so they leave it alone. Well, then the barberry simply reproduces. Birds will eat those seeds and spread them further, and barberry will also spread itself by seed drop. And it just, since nothing eats it, it continues on its spread. The same is true of Japanese stiltgrass, where we saw open areas where trees have come down. Going back to Ms. Kefler's question, where I had open areas was mostly Japanese stiltgrass. Now, that will die, it's an annual, but it will come back by seed. But again, deer don't eat it. I keep trying to train the ones in my yard to eat it, but they don't listen. So
And just out of curiosity, this may be beyond your scope of. But in this process by which this is done in terms of holding off an area, fencing it and driving. As far as you know, is this considered humane in terms of to be,
yes, in my opinion, it is because we're not killing the deer. We're not harming the deer. We're simply driving them out of a given site. Now, the question of hunting or non-hunting is a whole separate question. But as I've said in other areas, for example, Duke Farms is the largest area of deer control that I have seen lately. They hunt it. And I don't mean that they brought in sport hunters. These were similar to what you'd have in South Mountain and other deer control areas. These are marksmen. They're not there hunting for sport. They're baiting and killing deer quickly. And you can say that's inhumane. I'm not going to make that argument one way or the other. But that is the single most effective way to reduce deer population. That's, again, basic math. Is the deer fencing humane? We're not hurting the deer. We're not doing anything. They're going to be scared that one day when they're driven out. But deer aren't really afraid. I mean, I've walked through there a few times. The deer were looking at me. They weren't really afraid of me. You know, they just kind of looked at me and I looked at them.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Plucker.
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. DeFeo. I just wanted to confirm for the record that the IH1 zoning ordinance, which applies to this application, there is a section called tree removal and replacement. Are you familiar with that?
I didn't read the ordinance lately.
But is it fair to say that the calculations that you discussed and the 212 trees per acre are contained in the ordinance?
Yes, because that's was part of what I negotiated for settlement.
Okay, and does the application based upon your review comply with the tree removal and replacement section of the IH1 zoning ordinance?
In my opinion, based on what I have read, it does.
Okay, and just one more clarification, and this is really a representation for the applicant. You did represent, and I will reference the settlement agreement. You referenced a certain exhibit that you say you shared with other professionals or towns. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just want to confirm, is that exhibit C to the settlement agreement entitled Design Terms and Conditions?
May I see it for a second?
It's part of
You have
the,
your copy, because I have my copy.
I
Show 'em? Oh, you have it?
yeah, I have a copy here. And just for the record, this is part of the application materials that is part of the website and the agenda and you
It's
submitted.
exhibit W.
Council, do you want me to look at this one?
Yeah, you can look, if it's the exhibit WO-2, which was part of the.
Can I identify?
I don't have it numbered.
Okay, well, yes, go ahead and look at it.
Well, why don't you read what it says on the top of the page?
It says Exhibit C, Design Terms and Condition, WEHI shall implement.
Perfect, go for it.
Okay. Yes, Exhibit C represents the environmental conditions and the tree replacement conditions of this
Okay,
ordinance.
and just for the record, there are many terms and conditions in Exhibit C other than dealing with the tree removal and replacement. And I just wanted to state on behalf of the applicant that my client is bound and will agree to every one of the terms and conditions in here as a condition of approval. Aside from trees, you know, there are things about environmentally friendly appliances that must be used in the development, amongst other things, recycling. And I just wanted to, you know, say for the record that although the board is bound by the ordinance, we certainly are bound by the settlement agreement. And we do agree as a condition of approval to all the items listed in Exhibit C.
What's not in that exhibit are the specifications from it was the New Jersey.
New Jersey Department of Agriculture.
So you agree to the condition that the fence will meet those specifications?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Mr. DeFeo, you'll provide us with those specifications, please.
I believe I have already, but I'd be happy to resubmit them if you haven't gotten them in some way.
Okay, we'll just make sure we have it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because that was, there's a reference in the ordinance and the settlement agreement, in the design specifications to that, but not the specifications themselves. And so now we have that on record.
Thank you. Mr. Efron, do you have any questions, sir?
I'm actually gonna have about 2 hours of questions, and that's gonna prevent the public from going this evening. What we did earlier was very useful to me if the public went first. This way it actually winnows down some of the subject areas. It would be best for me if we did that.
That's fine.
Okay.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
Thank you. And it probably means going over to the next night, but I don't see any way around.
We'll start and see where we get to.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to ask you to come up one at a time, be identified, and you may ask a question of Mr. DeFeo about his testimony. Oh, sorry.
Can you give me
Not yet, 9 o'clock. So questions start with where, which, how, when, why, what. Please do not testify or bring up information that you would like to say, which you'll be given opportunity to do at a later point in the application process. So we're going to keep this very, very simple. If I raise my hand, ask you to stop, we'll talk. I may ask our attorney to opine and we'll go forward. So one at a time, ma'am, please come up to the microphone, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Barbara White. I'm a resident of West Orange. In fact, if you put up SB 11, I believe it is.
I'm sorry?
The name is Barbara White. I'm a resident of West Orange. And if you put up SB 11, I can show you approximately where I live.
We're working on it.
I think it was SB 11. That's the one that shows,
Somebody's moving back here.
I'm sorry, I didn't take his hand. I think it fell down.
All right.
I love technology. Next time I want an overhead.
You know, there's never been a team that has won 3 games out.
No, I know.
Never.
I thought long enough.
2-1. 2. It's our race.
Oh, I needed that. Thank you so much.
My daughter. My son-in-law.
Is it the system or the machine?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a 10-minute bio break while we have this going on.
Technical repair system.
Thank you.
okay.
Am I speaking at a pace that's okay? If I can slow down. You got signed to a contract on a reserves contract.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, in the council chamber and on Zoom. Welcome back. Ma'am, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, could you? I'm gonna ask
I'll
you
do
to
a
be quiet.
sound check first. Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
one
Okay.
moment, please. We want quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Barbara White. I do live in West Orange, and I asked to put up, I think it was SB 11, just to give you a good idea of what I'm talking about. It's the map. That's the one. Okay. So I happen to live where you see the undeveloped properties at the top of the map across the street from that. So just again, this was the placement. I have a question, as a question was raised on whether or not there were any other things to be considered when looking at the health of a forest. And you cited a few things. One thing that was not cited was the damage that was done during Hurricane Irene and Hurricane Sandy. There are records that speak to the incredible loss of trees in New Jersey, certainly in my neighborhood. At one point, I couldn't see my neighbor's house. And after those storms, I can see all of my neighbors' houses. There were also trees that came down. If you happen to know, there were tropical impacts during that time that actually took out trees, and we believe might have taken out a swath of trees in the forest itself. So if that hasn't been taken into consideration, I think it is something to consider. And then the second thing is actually related to something that happened this week. And my question really is around, given what we're looking at in front of us, in the event of something like what happened in Livingston, where 192 acres were burned and multiple fire departments had to respond, will the deer fence itself make it harder in the event that there is something like what happened in Livingston to manage it? West Orange Patch did report that part of the concern, there's so few roads there that they were not able to make appropriate incursions, both with manpower and with apparatus. So again, for the future safety of the community that would be there, is that something that will be looked at and addressed? Thank you.
To make sure I understand your question, you're asking me a question related to if there is a fire, a forest fire, in this area, does the deer fencing impede the fire department from putting out the fire?
Absolutely.
Am I understanding that correctly?
That is essentially the question.
I'm not a firefighter nor a forest firefighter, so I can't speak with any expertise on that. There would be gates there. I can only say by observation, if there was a fire today, the fire department can't get in there anyway. It's all wooded. There's no trail in there now. So I really can't answer your question because I'm not a firefighter. Did I consider fire is, I guess, the second part of your question, when laying out deer fencing? I did not.
Okay. And then the first part of my question, was there consideration given to the impact of those two major storms on trees in general, and particularly the trees in our neighborhood?
The short answer is no, because I can't do a projection of major storms.
Excuse me, I'm asking about the storms that happened, Irene and Sandy. There are accounts for the number of trees that were taken down or impacted by those storms in New Jersey. That information is publicly available. So my question is whether or not it was taken into consideration when we were looking at the change in the forest over time. For a major storm that took place in 2011, followed by one that took place in 2012. And one of those, I think was the first one, actually had a tornado effect that went through multiple places, and I believe also in that woods. I was there at the time. That's my question. Okay. Were those taken into consideration?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
State your name for the record, please.
Is this thing on?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Speak, come a little closer.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm good. Speak more loudly. Jessica Pearson, Verona. Hi,
Welcome.
good evening.
Good evening.
And good evening, Mr. DeFeo.
Good evening.
So right, just looking around here on my notes. All right. So we understand that you are, you gave us a bunch of your certifications earlier in your testimony, but you are not a forester. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are not an arborist. Is that
Correct.
correct? You are not a licensed tree expert.
That is correct.
Are you an LTCO?
No,
You are not. Then you actually testified a few moments ago that you were on the site when Madam
Pepper.
was asking questions with 3 arborists who apparently conducted part of your study or part of the study of the trees. So are you testifying on their behalf this evening on their findings?
No, I'm testifying on my report.
Testifying on your
they-
report from their research?
They were hired by me under my supervision to do the research in accordance with proper statistical methods. I interpreted that report, read the report, analyzed the report.
So you read the report and you analyzed their work and then you interpreted
My
that
work, they work
data
for me.
into your own report for the township?
Correct.
So you just agreed with my assertion in a
No.
sense.
I did not.
Okay. How did it go? Please tell us.
I've been retained, I was retained in 2019, 2018, I can't remember. Whatever it is in 2019, I began negotiations in order to do proper negotiations on Schedule C, which ultimately resulted. I hired a forester to come in.
Who was the forester, if
Amy
you
S.
don't
Green
mind?
Environmental,
I'm sorry?
Amy S. Green Environmental Services, I believe was the formal name of her company. She worked for me. Her firm sent me 3 foresters, which was my request.
You said arbiters I'm
Foresters
sorry,
and
you said arborists,
They have both certifications.
right? But they're two
Which
different
was-
things.
They are different things, and arborists to understand the difference, since there seems to be some confusion.
Can we talk about that? Why don't you elucidate for everybody here what a forester does versus what an arborist does?
Sure.
So that I don't have to have my eyes rolled at me by one of your board members, by one of the board members. So could you please do that and let us
I'm
know?
happy to do that. An
Thank you.
arborist is a person who has been certified by the state of New Jersey to take care of trees. An arborist, for lack of a better term, is a tree doctor. They also are used and trained to help identify health of trees, and they are often hired by municipalities. In fact, I have an arborist on my own personal retainer from my property to come inspect my trees and make sure that they do not have disease. They often send someone who they have trained, who could be a tree expert, which is someone who might know about the trees, a certified tree expert. It is a state certification. And they would go in and take care of the trees. My trees, for example, are infected by various fungi. They come and they will do an integrated pest management program.
So
an arborist, let me answer your question. An arborist looks at trees. A forester is someone who is trained, typically, especially at a forestry school,
Mhm.
to manage forests. Many foresters work for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in our national forests. Many foresters work for towns. Many foresters work for private tree companies. Foresters look at forest management. Typical forest management training, forester training to be exact, is designed around maximizing output of forests for harvest with maximum health to the forest. Old style forester training would create monocultures of forest because trees grow faster. They go in, they cut accordingly, clear cut, selective cut, etc. So a forester is looking to see that a forest can have maximum throughput or maximum output and can in fact create a healthy forest. In other words, a forester has a bigger role than an arborist. An arborist is more concerned to individual trees.
Mhm.
This does not mean they don't know anything about a forest. It just means they're trained more to look at specific trees. So the fundamental difference between an arborist and a forester is scope. That'd be the easiest way I could explain it.
I would agree with your assessment of
Thank you.
who does what and what jobs they are basically charged with. So thank you for that. So you said in your testimony earlier that you had 3 arborists on the site.
And foresters, they have multiple certifications.
So,
They are experts in environmental assessment of trees.
and so you talked
Word.
you kind of gave us a rough overview of how you tackled this.
Mhm.
Apparently you went in August of this year to do a quick reassessment, if you will, of this forest and the health of the forest. So exactly what did that entail?
This year, we were asked by the board and by residents in town who raised the question, specifically, have we looked at the forest since the initial study that was done in 2019? I have been there since, but I did bring my foresters back out. This is no longer Amy S. Green. It's now called Davy Environmental. Amy has retired and Amy has sold her company to Davy Environmental. They sent out one of their folks and we went through, he's an arborist, a certified tree expert, I believe, and he's also a forester. And we walked the property and we walked it for 2 reasons. 1, I would walk it because I have to see it and I oversee this. 2, I'm a trained environmental scientist, so I look at a forest completely differently from a forester. I look at it in a more holistic standpoint and we walked together through there. Now, the forester et al. Would certainly be faster at things like tree identification than I would be at this point, although I can still do it. He was faster. You do it every day, you're faster at it. And I went through to look at the health of the forest from my environmental background standpoint. In other words, I see the forest through the trees. A forester sees the trees. I look at every element, from listening to the birds, to looking at the plants, to looking at the ground, to looking at the geology. That's the difference in an environmental scientist looking at a forest or an ecologist, which I'm also trained in. We did our assessment and we
You
stated.
walked all 120 acres. You walked
Yes,
the entire
120 acres is not that big a property to walk in a day.
Okay.
We walked the 120 acres. Did we look at every square inch? No. We walked the perimeter, we walked the property across. We looked. I said it hadn't changed in 4 years. No, that's it.
Is that why you
6
didn't
years,
take any
5
pic-
years?
Is that why you didn't take any pictures?
You see some of the pictures there that
I
I've
saw
taken.
pictures of a different site and I saw one picture of,
The forest hasn't changed. I could take pictures there tomorrow to look just like my pictures at any.
why
time.
didn't you took no pictures of the 100-yard,
Yeah, you just saw that
visibility?
picture. Here,
you,
I'll show you. Hang
One-
on.
okay. I'd like to see.
There.
Which one, sir?
That's the actual site right there. See the tree?
Really? When was
With the
that
chair in
taken?
it?
When was that taken?
This was taken in this might have been taken 2024. I might have used the new one.
Really?
But I looked at the same-
24? The leaves aren't even
Would you
down off
let
the
me
trees
answer
yet.
your
Ma'am,
question?
ma'am, let him finish his statement. You asked the question. Courtesy, let him finish his statement, then you can
He
ask
said
another.
2024, sir, and
I-
I rebuffed.
Unless you have proof in hand,
Can I?
he's the expert, ma'am. There are rules here.
I hear you.
Good. Let him finish and then
I
you,
heard you, sir. I
So,
understand
good,
the first time.
good.
All right, I will answer. I'll answer your question. Looking back at this, I knew I took pictures in 2024, but this is not a 2024 image. I could tell by the chair, because I think the chair has been removed. This is a fall picture, and if I went there today, it will look identical. Well, the only difference is the trees all the way up here would have green leaves on them, more in line with this photo. This is not that site, although I wouldn't expect anyone to necessarily know the difference in the 2 forests.
So,
Fact is, it has not changed.
so there were no of this entire site walk. You chose not to capture any photographs
No.
of the site. 0.
I didn't find a need for it. Nothing has changed.
Did you name all of the arborists that were
No.
working with you? Could you?
Top of my head, no. I'm not certain that
Do we
their
have
names
a-
are even stated. I
Do-
hired Davy Environmental to walk with me, and prior to that, Amy S. Green. She sent staff at that time.
So
be
you
specific.
you didn't record who was on the walk with you for that
I-
study?
At the time, I said hello, we exchanged names. I don't remember their names.
Was that in this past August, right?
There was one forester with me this August. I didn't need three to do a walkthrough survey.
Okay, and who was the one arborist with
I
you?
don't have his name on me. I have him somewhere. Josh, I think his name might be, but that's the best I can remember.
Did you say John?
Josh.
Josh.
I think it's Josh, but don't quote me.
Okay, I won't quote you. On page 2 of your submission, you state that the site will be planted with approximately 2,166 native perennials, grasses, ground covers, as well as 1,065 native shrubs to function as seed generators. Basically to provide new plant growth. Those plantings are occurring where? Can we pull that map up, please? That shows the deer fencing on either side of the proposed development and the bright green area.
No, it's SP 11. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, hold on. One more.
Yeah, the
This
next,
is the next one just doesn't like to come up. I don't know what it is about that slide. There we go.
that one, yeah. Where on, using your pointer, can you show me where you're talking about all of those species are to be planted?
Specifically, no, because this is not a landscape plan, but it will be in the area that is white on this plan because that is the area of disturbance.
So, okay, so you're planting the white area,
Correct,
not the neon green or the dark green fenced areas.
correct. Those are undisturbed areas, correct.
Will there be any plantings put in the quote unquote undisturbed but yet unfenced area?
No, that area is undisturbed by definition. Additionally, you would not be allowed to put plantings into the wetland areas. That would be prohibited. We'd have to go in and disturb the wetland. So no, there will be, this is the landscape, and I don't have it up here, but a landscape plan will delineate specifically where things will be planted and it will be in the disturbed area.
Okay, so just answer me this, please. What is to prevent the deer from consuming 2,166 native perennials, grasses, 1,065 native shrubs that are unfenced and available for consumption by all of the deer?
There are a number of things that.
I mean, before I finish that question, I just want to say you stated on the record multiple times that anything that starts to grow in an area where deer are gets eaten. So what's to prevent them from eating all of this stuff?
Well, I have not looked at a landscape plan or made recommendations as to deer protection that they could utilize within that site. For individual trees, for example, young trees that are planted, there is another deer protection method which you use for very young trees. It's essentially a plastic sleeve that protects the tree from deer. Now, of course, they won't be planting trees like this, but you could protect the trunk. As far as plants such as shrubs, flowers, perennial grasses, and so forth, they have not proposed anything, nor have I asked for anything because it's not my purview of design. There are a number of methodologies that can be used to help prevent deer browse, one of which is a non-toxic spray that deer find to be unpalatable. They are far from perfect, but they have been used successfully throughout properties in New Jersey. From my own study, which is my own property, I have it sprayed monthly, and my deer browse is non-destructive. I still have deer browse, but it doesn't tend to kill what I'm growing. So there are those methods that could be done. I'm not saying they are going to be done. That's not something that's part of my report.
So with that suggestion of protecting the plantings, why wouldn't you propose to plant some trees in a protected area. Why would you completely leave reforestation out of a game plan for the area that you are protecting with deer fencing, when you're making a case right now to plant things without deer fencing that are completely available to the deer?
The fundamental difference in what you're describing is, as the chairman asked earlier in testimony, are there programs where we could buy seedlings for that fenced area, or get free seedlings, I think was the term of art used. And there are such programs for that, and the owner may choose to do that. But it will take, if you notice, within 3 years, I'll have growth in there. So I'd rather spend the money on the deer fencing of larger acreage than spend the money. 3 years, I will have undergrowth in that area of deer fencing natively, as you saw from other sites that I've studied. And there would really be no need. Now, on the other side of that same coin, I'm not going to suggest to the applicant that you take 12-foot or 14-foot trees. First of all, to get them into the undisturbed area would be difficult because it's not something you simply carry. Secondly, nor can you excavate with a shovel easily to install them. I would do, in essence, more damage planting those trees in that area than I would gain as benefit.
In which area? The fenced area?
The fenced area or even the undisturbed area. By definition, undisturbed means I don't take heavy equipment into it. And to plant larger trees, I must do that. To plant shrubs, etc., I would need heavier equipment to do so. And I would disturb the area, which is violative of the agreement. Sorry, ordinance.
So you mentioned a couple of things about 4-inch DPM trees. Generally speaking, when we plant trees, would you agree with the statement? Generally, it's 2.5 to 3-inch DPM trees that are planted, say for street trees or for a backyard tree when a company comes in and I'm talking deciduous trees, I'm talking shade trees. I'm not talking about conifers.
Okay.
So generally speaking, most ordinances require no less than a 2.5 to 3 inch.
Ma'am, we're not talking about ordinances. We're talking, listen.
I'm asking him his opinion at what.
Ma'am, you mentioned, you're mentioning
completely
ordinances. We're not talking about, we're
interrupting
talking
a
about this
question.
testimony.
I am talking a question, and it's really upsetting to me that you're blocking the general flow of Q&A here. It's very upsetting to me because I am asking him. He had a chart with 4-inch trees, and he made statements about that. I'm asking him when trees are planted generally. When people plant trees, what is the DPM of the tree?
That's something different than referring to an ordinance. You can go ahead and answer that.
God, I wasn't referring to your ordinance. Okay. Thank you.
I cannot speak to other towns' ordinances
That's right.
per se.
Thank you.
Diameter is what you're talking about. DPM, I don't know what that measurement is. A diameter of a tree, first of all, that would be a set.
DBH is DPM, same thing. Diameter, breast height, DBH.
Yeah, but anyway, I won't get into a debate of tree terms. Diameter of a tree that is planted depends on what the landscaper chooses to plant. I have not looked at yet, other than speciation, the landscape plan for this site. Although part of my charge would be to take a look at the species that are planted and help this planning board determine what's finally done with the landscape plan. As far as what is generally planted, that is totally dependent on what the applicant wants to plant. It could be 3-inch, 2-inch diameter trees. It could be 4-inch. It could be 6-inch. I will tell you that in research I have done, there are some ordinances that require larger trees in towns, such as 6-inch in a building site. Unfortunately, as you plant larger trees, you tend to have higher mortality of those trees. So there is the downside to that. You can plant it, but it makes it harder to grow. Bigger trees are harder to transplant or harder to plant in general. Having said that, I can't answer your question as to what will actually be planted by size.
I
on
wasn't
this site.
asking that. We were talking about the forest Can you show the chart
Yep,
that
the
shows
histogram.
the
Yes.
different size trees that you found on the site?
Bear with me.
Mhm.
I'll get there.
Maybe I should have led with that and I wouldn't have gotten in trouble.
That's what you're looking at? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question? I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so what is the arrow pointing to? Please explain.
The arrow is pointing to the fact that during the 2019 tree survey, we in the study plots found no trees or saplings, I should say, since it's not a tree below 4 inches, no saplings smaller than 4 inches in diameter
And
in
how-
the study plots.
How many 4-inch trees did you find?
Approximately 55, 58 plus or minus.
58.
Plus, that's not exact. It's a histogram. It's giving you an approximation.
I'm sorry, this isn't the totality of the trees on the site.
No, it's in study plots, as I explained. This is a statistic, it is in study plots, as I have explained. This is a statistical study, not an absolute. You don't go into a forest and count every single tree on 120 acres. You statistically analyze the forest using acceptable means of statistical analysis by study plots. That's what was done here.
So,
This is all that is.
so how long does it take for a sapling to become a 4-inch tree?
Totally dependent on living conditions. Species, depends on species, depends on living
talk an
conditions,
oak.
depends on
Let's-
weather.
I'll ask you about an oak, because you know oaks, everyone knows oaks. How
I'm
long
sorry,
does
How much what?
oak trees?
Depends on growing conditions, it depends on weather, it depends on how much water it received. Is it growing in a rocky environment? Is it growing in a topsoil rich environment? Is it getting plenty of moisture? I can look at a tree ring of a 100-year-old tree and see it grow infinitesimally one year, and this may be one of those years, or I can see a very large spurt of growth. Hybridized trees, I can see half an inch a year in diameter for certain hybridized species. I can see hybridized species grow 3 inches a year. But native trees, it depends. There's no answer to that question. Nature doesn't work that way.
I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just asking questions
Yeah.
because you seem to show a large amount of trees that basically are not that big in this small area that seems to be chosen randomly without reason or rhyme. I'm not really sure why this small swath
You
was,
do a statistical survey randomly, or else you institute bias. And to avoid bias, you pick random plots. In this case, the random plots were focused on the area of disturbance that we were given as projected area of disturbance, and the plots were then randomized within that. You purposely do not do a non-random study if you expect statistically valid results of a tree survey.
on page 24. Could you go to page 24, slide 24, or whatever you want to
Okay.
call it?
I don't have them numbered. Can you tell me what it's about, please? I apologize, they're not numbered, so we don't have that.
Yeah, it's beyond that,
Okay,
all that. Wait,
back.
hold on. No, no, no,
24 is the
don't-
tree
don't-
removal
don't-
calculation.
don't.
Slide 24 is the tree removal calculation.
This one.
I might jump around a little bit. I'm sorry.
Is that
about
what you're looking at?
No, I can't even look at that. No, it says something about you guaranteeing that 77% of the trees will be preserved
Oh, that's,
forever.
yeah, this is 77% of the property. Is
No, no, no,
roughly going to
there's
be
a
preserved.
guarantee. It's not on that, it's in the middle of the report.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, this one.
This?
There you go.
Guarantee.
Are you going on the record, sir, on behalf of the applicant to tell us that that will be Green Acres property or something?
First of all, I do not speak for the applicant. I speak for the planning board, so I cannot speak for the applicant. What I am saying to you is there is an ordinance and an agreement. I'm not party to the ordinance. I had nothing to do with the ordinance per se. I am saying to you that based on my understanding, those trees are not going to be Green Acre property. This is going to be private property to the best of my understanding. It will remain private property with restrictions on development as per testimony I heard here earlier, but I can't speak to that with authority. It's out of my purview.
So, okay, it won't be Green Acres unless the applicant comes forth and says that. I'm not sure how you can say the trees will be preserved forever because according to you, the trees are all dying. I don't understand. I mean, you're saying that the forest is in an unhealthy condition. So which is it? I don't really understand this.
I am not God
Huh?
and cannot preserve trees for any length of time by my personal will. If I could, I would.
Okay.
But I will say to you that this is talking about the fact that the forest won't be developed. Now, with the deer fencing, what I can say is this forest has, as I answered to one of the board members earlier, has a much greater statistical probability of growing new trees and therefore becoming a healthy forest again. In other words, we're giving it the best chance that we can to become a healthy forest by keeping out overbrowsing, which is recognized as one of the great risks to our forests in the state of New Jersey and the Mid-Atlantic region, where we have development by others than me. And therefore, we will preserve forever, perhaps a poor choice of words, but what that means is that they won't be cut down.
Okay, so when you say trees preserved, can you go a couple slides back?
Back? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Bear with me. That one?
No. It's more with data on it. It might have been forward. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't have them numbered. It's my fault.
Stop.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you say tree loss, you mean tree removal on
Yes.
number 2,
Yes.
not just loss, as in trees that just killed over and died. Tree loss, as in we are actively removing them. Yes.
This is the potential maximum tree removal. Correct.
Okay. The 279 trees listed on sheet 29 of Mr. Anderson's plans.
I don't have that plan, but go ahead.
Well, you keep citing 279 trees that are going to be planted in your report.
Yeah.
279 under number 3. So my question is, and you rate all native species, does that refer and regard the list that is on sheet? What did I just say? 29 of Mr. Anderson's
That number,
engineering plans?
that comes from my review of the landscape plan that I last observed. And yes, this is Mr. Anderson's plan. I don't have that with me is what I'm saying in front of me.
Did you supply those species to the applicant as suggestive measures? However you want to state it.
I mean, as native species?
Well, I'm not, well, they were all native species. That's not what I'm
I don't
questioning.
understand your question.
My question is, was it your suggestion as to the species
No.
that appear on that list?
No, the applicant provided those species to me to review.
Okay. And the list at the end of your report, the 3rd page from last,
This,
keep going at the end.
that is the
Well,
end.
you had a cute little thing from Jersey Yards attached to your report.
You're talking about my written report, not my slideshow, I think. Are you
Okay.
referencing the October 16th report? I don't know. I don't know where I'm looking.
You had a cute little thing from Jersey Yards. It was, which is one of my favorite.
That's my written
Website.
report that's on the website.
These lists of
You're
species.
talking to let me make sure I understand. You were referencing my October 16th, 2024 report, which is on the website.
Isn't that what we're discussing right now?
I'm not questioning you. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right document.
Yes.
Go
I
ahead.
am. Yeah, you have a list here. It says small trees, shrubs and vines.
Yes, I gave this as a a place to start for discussion, yes.
So this is not, this really has nothing to do with what may or may not be included in the applicant's planting list. This is just your suggestion for native plantings. Is that correct?
This is a suggestion for a point of departure for review if they wish to review and see more native plants that they could pick from. It's not meant to be an exhaustive list.
Okay, I mean, because on this list of small trees, there are only 2 trees on this whole list. I'm just saying, not many trees, and it seems that trees are at,
Again, this is just meant to be a point of discussion, not meant to be the species that would be selected for that site per se. It's meant to give the applicant more information to pick from.
quick question on the area that you referenced in pictures, and you talked about a little bit with the deer fencing that's not here in West Orange.
We don't have any on the site, but go ahead. Are you talking about this? Tell me where you want me to stop.
Well, you know, the one where you were showing off all the new growth.
Well, that could be almost any of them, but is this one acceptable?
New tree growth,
I
perhaps,
think
not
she's
just
referencing the Duke
undergrowth.
estate.
I don't, you mean this one?
Is that a new tree? Are those 3 new trees?
Some
that
of
you're
these
talking
are,
about?
some of these are new trees. They didn't grow within 3 years. They got bigger in 3 years.
Are we inside of the fence or outside of the fence?
They're inside the fence.
And are those 3 new trees inside of the fence or outside?
Those 3 trees are inside, but they are not just within 3 years. As I referenced in my testimony, I'm talking about this growth. The undergrowth coming in within 3 years, not a tree of that size.
And then the pictures that we just went flying by as well. How do you know, or do you know for a fact that no seedlings were planted as well as utilization of deer fencing
In these,
in those particular parks?
yes, in those particular images, yes.
No. In those
There-
particular parks, sir.
All right, this is all on Duke Farms. Duke Farms Estate has, not in the areas I took photographs of, but within their deer fenced area, they have done a riparian restoration where they have taken acreage. The riparian meaning, I'm sorry, riparian meaning an area where river flow is and the water can overflow, a river area, river valley to give it consideration. They have indeed gone into the riparian area, which I did not go into because I was not allowed in there at that time. And they have indeed done plantings there. Nothing I have showed you shows any plantings, nor were there any plantings made.
So you are testifying that Duke Farms has not planted any seedling trees at all in an effort to provide reforestation on their site?
No, I just testified that in the area of riparian restoration, which I believe to be 200 to 300 acres, I can't be absolutely certain. They have gone in, they have withdrawn and removed invasive species. They've gone in with equipment to do so. And they have replanted with native plants. In the images I am showing you.
That's not what I asked. I wasn't asking about the images you were showing me, sir. I was asking you if the site had an effort to plant new seedlings or new trees or saplings in the areas that were deer fenced to help the forest in its effort to see it through to regrowth.
In the upland areas, which are the only ones I reviewed, based on my interview with the staff member in charge of the area, they have not done so.
Ma'am, one more question because we have other people in the audience who would like to ask questions. One more question, please.
Yeah, I think I only had one more, but then I think you just knocked it out. I think I had one more
You
question.
can come back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Other people would like to ask questions. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Say your name for the record, sir.
Kevin Mailman. I live at,
I'm sorry.
Kevin Mailman, just like the
Thank you.
mailman. I live at 27 Bayowski Road in the West Essex Highlands. Can you bring up that map? You know, the famous one that we've been talking about.
Okay, I don't know which one you're looking at, but
The
tell
one
me what
that
I can
has the deer fencing in the dark.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I'm trying. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Okay, you can bring it up. Is that it?
I don't, is it working?
Guys, we want to have quiet so we can all.
How's that?
hear, Please.
Is that better? Okay,
Is that the slide you want?
yeah.
Okay,
So I took botany 101 in college, so I'm really not, I gotta dumb this down for myself just as a resident, okay? So I have a bunch of questions.
Okay.
The deer fencing, is that planned to go in prior to construction or after construction?
I don't know the sequence of construction for the property.
Okay. One of the things I heard you testify to, and I think it was more of an opinion than an expert testimony, was the humane. What?
I can hear you now.
Was the humaneness of the deer and not shooting them, right? But if the deer fencing is put up before construction and they're all sloshing around in that smaller area and the wetlands and everything, there's two things that come to my mind. Isn't it possible that it would be inhumane because the deer are either going to be squeezed out and amongst construction or stay in? Because you're assuming when you testified earlier that they're just roaming around in that same area. So unless that construction is just magically put together and plopped down without all the trucks and everything going through, like where is Warner Road on this?
You have to help me with that. Here?
Down here.
Isn't that it here? Or, oh, Warner Road, the main road you're talking about.
Where they would be coming in?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, this is it.
Cause I live like up to the right. I'm surrounded by forest up there.
Here?
Well, no, at the top of the Highlands. Yeah.
That's the top of the highway.
Yeah. Like up in the right top corner by the manor. So I have a hard time understanding where the deer are gonna go. Because they're already, well, all right, I get that. Because they're already coming down into our neighborhood and they don't just come along the side of my house. And there's two families of more than 8 to 10. And I know you're just saying what you observed while you were there. There's a lot more, and I like the deer, but the thing is they also come into the roads in our neighborhood. And I feel like regardless of when the deer fencing comes up, it's going to squeeze them out or in and amongst the construction. You see what I'm saying?
Again, I can't answer your question as to when the deer fencing will be installed because I'm not in control of the schedule of construction.
No, but in some
I
ways
just can't answer it.
but it doesn't matter when it goes up, really. Because either way, the construction is going to affect the deer, right? And the trees and everything. And there's going to be less area for them to go. And you assume they're just going to stay in that area. But I guess my question is, isn't that somehow incorrect? Because aren't they going to be squeezed out of that area?
Well, first, let me clearly state that I did not say they would stay in the area.
I
I said that they would move in all directions as they do today.
Okay, I thought you meant, sorry. I thought you meant, so maybe I misunderstood.
No, yeah, I may
Within
not have
the
been
neon
clear.
green area, yeah.
Be clear. Yeah, during construction, deer obviously aren't going to stick around with a backhoe sitting there. I can't say they will, unless maybe they will, I don't know.
Okay.
But sure, any kind of construction activity disturbs wildlife. That's not anything anyone can argue with.
Okay, fair enough. You said that the areas outside, in between the deer fencing would just grow as normal.
Here.
And as is, yeah, in the neon green, right?
Yeah. Sorry for the color.
My question about that is, wouldn't that have to assume that the concrete and the buildings and the construction aren't disturbing any of the root systems or anything that are there now?
Well, I'm not certain of your question, but if you're thinking construction here is going to affect the root system here, the answer is no, it won't. Might it affect root systems immediately adjacent to an area of disturbance? It's possible, certainly. There is a point at which we can't control that.
So you're saying it would be limited to just the areas right around it?
Yeah, we're not in here with, if they're not in here with heavy equipment, there's nothing to disturb, thus the term undisturbed. You know, along this area, if, for example, let's just hypothetically say, to answer your question, try to answer your question correctly. Let's say, for hypothetical argument, there's a tree literally right up against what might be a curb line. I assume there's a curb line in there. And I excavate here to cut that curb line and road, and that tree is right there, and I disturb those roots. There's a good chance that tree is going to die right up adjacent to it. Sure.
Okay, great. So my question is this, is that then you're saying that little strip of white going up, that's the only place that the construction equipment is going to be to build that bigger area of where the buildings are?
As I understand it, and I don't know for certain how they're coming in, but it's got to come in on a road. I mean, that's the only limitation I can give it. You can't move construction equipment off a road. So I don't know the answer to your question. I would defer to the applicant. I presume they build an access road first and then they start construction. I presume that's how it's done. But I don't know that. I can't testify to that.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to visualize. Like I think about how all our decks were just done and our siding. And on a micro level, the area that they were actually building or replacing, it was impacted to a much larger degree on the outside area. So I just have a hard time thinking that none of that other area will be disturbed by the construction equipment.
You know, when you're looking, all I can tell you from my own experience, having done a lot of the same thing you're talking about, you know, you're looking at a very small piece of property. And when I work on even my own yard, it's the same thing.
Right.
I often have to park off when I'm doing. This is a fairly large piece. There is, as you may recall, you know, there'll be staging areas. I can't attest to what the applicant's going to do for staging areas. I don't know. I can't answer your question, but I know that this is the maximum area of disturbance.
Okay, so let's keep it to where your area of testimony and expertise is. I have a question about the wetlands area.
Okay.
So it's not just that strip though, isn't it?
No,
down
there's some in
below?
here.
Right.
And
And
there's a
then
little
we're
bit in
down
here
below
as well.
that, the Highlands, right?
There's here, here.
Right, and then we're down at the
and there's
bottom.
even a tiny little bit up in there.
So the deer fencing and the absorption that you talk about in the runoff.
Mhm.
Isn't the absorption going to stay on the right and the left? In other words, I'm confused because somehow you're saying that the absorption is going to be better, but it's fenced off. The new undergrowth and everything you're talking about
Yeah.
is actually away from what I can tell, unless I'm misreading the map, away from where the runoff is actually happening.
No, there's runoff on a lot of directions, first of all, on this property.
Okay,
I'd
I'd love if you could explain.
I'll do my best. This is a contour map, and when you see these lines here, and let's go to this one because they're easier to see. The closer together these lines appear, the steeper the slope.
Oh, the little faded?
Yeah, you see how it goes like this?
Yeah.
Okay, now, I don't have the number in front of me, but being on the site enough, this is downhill. That I can tell you.
Down towards where the Highlands is.
Down here. No, this is the Highlands here, right?
Right,
So this is also downhill, to answer your question.
right.
Any stormwater runoff is tested, you know, in here, they already talked about, and I'm not going to testify to that, but I know there has been testimony. There is a plan pending to deal with that stormwater runoff. What I talked about and all I can testify to is that in the deer fenced area, as undergrowth continues to grow, because it can, what will happen is you will have more plants in this area total than there are there today. More plants mean more water absorption.
In those areas.
In those areas. Now, I am projecting, hypothesizing that over time, due to the increase in plants here, this is one of the board members that asked me the same question in a similar fashion, again, let me make that clear. I cannot guarantee anything,
I know.
but I hypothesize that as there are more plants growing here and more plants growing here that get to seed stage, meaning they can produce seed, those seeds will travel throughout the property, which is what I want to happen and you would want. And the more growth that occurs naturally in here, the more absorption we can hopefully get there.
Because of the
you have more
wind
plants.
and things like that, that you'd be good. Okay. So, but then there's the deer that are still there.
Again,
So
yeah.
to go to something that was just asked before, and I wanted to kind of bring this up within the context of the native plants that you talked about.
Yes.
And what was asked about the deer eating what the new plantings might be because they're there. I mean, one of the benefits should be the native plants, as you discussed, correct?
Yes, it's wonderful to have I rarely get in my environmental commission, do I get developers saying, I'll do all native plants.
Okay, great. So,
Like I've never had it.
but
sorry.
regardless of whether the deer are eating them or not, if you have to do things like do deer-proof plants, deer-resistant
Mhm.
plants, do those plants in your expertise fit within that realm of the benefit of native plants?
Yes, there are many native plants that are deer resistant. There are many that are not, but there
Okay.
certainly are native plants that are. We will certainly, when I review their plans, I will make emphasis to those plants. You can't always find some of them, but you know, you do the best you can.
Okay, can we move to the formulaic?
Sir, last question, please. We have other people that want to ask questions.
Yeah,
This,
my question was if we could go to another slide.
Excuse me?
My question was if we could go to another slide so I can ask a
Sure,
question
absolutely. I said one
about.
more question. Go right ahead, sir.
this one?
No, well, it's sort of this one, but then. if
This
you-
one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So this one, I don't know, I'm not saying it was intentional.
Uh-huh.
But because of the number of questions that were asked about it by the planning board and my own sort of, it just came across as misleading. So for all those on Zoom, I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. The net requirement replacement of 1498 over the requirement
Mhm.
is not actually a replacement. No trees are actually, in other words, after all the discussion, when I read this,
Mhm.
basically what it's saying is 5,803 are being removed, 0 saved. I get the credit. That's from the next slide or something, right?
Yeah.
But because of the credit, it comes across, right, as if they're replacing 1498 over when actually, just to make sure I'm clear, there's nothing being planted here.
No, that's not true. There are trees. There are 279 native
Oh.
trees being planted. So let me explain how the number comes
But
about.
real quick, but the 1498 replacement is not actually a replacement. The 279 I get, but
Okay.
that's not a replacement of replanting.
Yeah,
It's a
so-
credit.
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Because that talks to this slide. So this is what's actually being planted.
This is as proposed. This is not final.
Okay. This is what is proposed.
Yes.
So 5,803 removed, 0 saved, 279 trees, right?
Yes.
Planted. My question is, I see that there's a lot of shrubs and things like that,
Mhm.
but the shrubs and the perennials and things, those seedlings aren't going to create more trees. I don't know. I'm not a botanist or seed, but those
Fair
don't
enough.
eventually seeds drop in the ground and a tree grows. Seeds go in the ground and maybe another shrub or perennial grows, correct?
You've explained it very well botanically. You're right on
Botany
point.
101 University of Maryland.
The-
Go Terps. So, I mean, really, you're losing about 5,500 trees.
Right, so let me explain it. I will explain that, and let me point out again. The tree loss at 5,800 trees is maximum potential loss based on the tree survey. I can't tell you with 100% certainty there are exactly 5,800 trees in the disturbed area. Nor do I know that there will be that many fully removed. That is a worst case estimate that I could come up with. There could be less. There could be more, a little bit, but not much, but probably less. The other side of that coin is going to your point, you described it very well. If I plant a shrub, I'm going to get shrubs.
Right.
Shrubs don't turn into trees. But trees can turn into trees, and most importantly, in the deer fenced area, I have large, healthy trees. And those large, healthy trees are dropping seeds today, acorns, maple leaves, seeds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is the seedlings that do come up get eaten. So the trees will come from the trees that are already in the forest, including in the undisturbed area. Those seeds will travel by animals at all. You've heard of
Unless the deer eat them.
Well, deer will eat acorns. If you have a good year, they eat lots of acorns. You have healthy
No,
deer.
I get it.
Squirrels will take those acorns and move them into the fenced areas.
I just wanted to
So,
really kind of understand.
You
that
absolutely explained
form
it
and the
correctly.
formula, because the other thing, my question about the 212, which it comes across as a generosity. You're being generous, statistically speaking, in terms of the number of trees per acre, right? But if you go back a slide to the one we were discussing.
This one?
Yeah, my question is, because I'm also not a mathematician, unfortunately, and I don't know what the ordinance that was based off of the settlement, what that formula says. But by using the 212, does that somehow give you, because you're using a maximum, that net required replacement credit over the requirement by using a bigger numerator, let's say, doesn't that give you a bigger credit as well?
Oh, yes, I've stated that. The way I had to figure that is, as I stated, just to show you on that slide, as I said, this is a worst case scenario, the 212, when we're talking about tree removal. Well, as a matter of equity, I can't say it's 212 per acre for removal, but I'm only going to credit you 50 when you deer fence, because my goal in the negotiated section was to say, I want more acreage of deer fencing. Therefore, when you negotiate this, the way I've done it, is to negotiate, say, we'll give you 212 for that area too. So you get credit for it. So you give me more acreage.
Right, by getting
Which they
that,
did, by the way.
the developer does get a bigger credit as
yes.
well. Okay.
Yes.
Last question for now, because I really, there's
Up to
so
the chair.
much, but going back to the 3-year that you were looking at, where you're like, look at the new undergrowth.
Yep.
Yeah, where you said those trees you
Yep.
can't say, but the undergrowth. I mean, when I look at that picture, I walk that forest. It's right behind me.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I take my dog back there. And it's a pretty heavily canopied forest. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, it's absolutely a heavily canopied forest.
Okay.
Mature canopied forest, no argument.
But when I look at that picture,
Uh-huh.
it looks like it's open in the sunlight with not a lot of canopy cover.
That's correct. That
So
particular image, that's
Right,
correct.
so my question is it really an apples to apples fair comparison about what will happen when we're talking about a heavily canopied forest versus an open air?
Here's a heavily canopied forest. Here's a heavily canopied forest. So these are all deer fenced, and show you that within, so that's about 9 years to give you context.
So, okay, but the
so-
deer fencing there, my question is.
Look
go
here,
back,
this is a
go back.
heavily canopied forest.
And those trees are new, or the undergrowth is new?
All of this is not giving, this is 9 years. You have vines in here, you have young seedlings growing in. This would have been here already. This would be typical of, by the way, the property. This is not that property, obviously.
I see it sloped though, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's a different thing. But you can see that within 9 years, I have young trees growing in there. Now, what will drive that, which goes to your question, and it's a good question, by the way. You did well in Botany 101.
I liked that class.
The area here, I will get much more rapid undergrowth because I have more sun.
Right.
That's your point,
Yeah.
if I get you correctly. However, it doesn't matter whether I have a mature forest or not, because I still get sunlight. And trees are rather amazing in how they can come up with the right amount of light, so to speak. Those that survive will grow in that tall canopy forest. It's not that dark in there. Even though it's a mature canopy, it's fairly bright, which means there's enough light for these trees to grow. But it's a very good observation on your point, and you can see that even in this one. This is just a field that's now been deer fenced. But you can see here, and I show you this only because, yes, is it an open field? You're correct.
But does that marry to your 3 to 5 year estimate? In other words,
yes,
with a canopy forest.
You won't see this in 3 years.
Right.
That's not what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to say is in 3 years or so, this is 1 year. Sorry, let me go forward. I'm going to blow this machine up again. That's going to be my problem. This is 1 year of deer fencing in an open field. Before that, this thing had been heavily browsed.
I hear you.
That's 9 years of a completely mature forest like this one that we're talking. Stupid computer. 9 years like this forest that we have here of growth. So it's undergrowth and young trees coming back into play, because to go to your exact point, within the deer fencing, I can grow young trees. I'll get seedlings. I'll get saplings in 9 years. Different species, but I'll get them.
I do have one last question, I promise you.
Go right ahead.
So this is a really dumb question.
There's no such thing.
I mean, really like botany 000.
Okay.
But deer 000. If the forest is so unhealthy and they're eating everything and everything is eaten, why is there still so many deer back there?
Yeah, you have two questions there that are very good. First, let me make it very clear. When I call the forest unhealthy, this is not to say, with the exception of some of the species that I stated earlier, which are currently infected, like beech and ash. What I am saying is, on a long-term basis, from an environmental standpoint, I have a forest that cannot regenerate itself. And therefore, as more trees die, the forest will become sparse over time. And I want to be clear again, when I talk in the life of trees, I could be going out 200 years in some cases, but not all trees live that long. The question was asked earlier on that same premise of health of the forest. What if we get a hurricane? That forest is going to open up very quickly if we have a very bad storm, potentially, depending on how the storm hits, what trees get thrown down. The point in that is that what happens with the deer now, why are they in there? I'm not saying they don't eat anything, because the trees are dropping seeds, the plants are dropping seeds, the animals are bringing seeds, they grow, the deer go there to eat them. The other thing the deer will do there, they do that right? Yes.
But wouldn't that continue to happen in
not nest, but
perpetuity?
they will rest and sleep because they're undisturbed.
And wouldn't that continue in perpetuity though?
For the unfenced areas, that's very possible. If that will, in that unfenced area, that is possible. But as I also stated, it's also possible that with the regrowth in the deer fenced areas and the abundance of new seed and new plants that could come through, there is a chance, I can't tell you it's guaranteed, of course, but there is a chance that that abundance of transfer of seed from the fenced areas to the unfenced areas might produce enough growth that we can reach some stasis, some balance, and new growth will be there. Will I tell you that will occur? I can't promise you that. But it is possible that will occur, and it is possible, and studies have shown that the invasive species, when you have enough native species competing, lose. Which I would, if you had asked me that 40 years ago, I would not have agreed with that. But studies have been done to show that that works, and I'm grateful for that research. But that is what I am suggesting. I cannot guarantee that in that unfenced area, the deer won't continue to do damage in perpetuity. I have no way of projecting what they will do.
Not even necessarily. What I meant in perpetuity is you said they do drop seeds. And then
Yes.
it grows and the deer eat them.
And
Well,
maybe they stay there for
But
that
then
reason.
seeds will drop again and then will grow and the deer will eat them and everybody will live happily, right?
It would be wonderful if it worked that way.
That's
I
kind
vote for it.
of a form of stasis, right?
Yes, it is. And in a perfectly healthy, you're absolutely right. And you did very well about it.
Thank
In a perfectly healthy forest, that's
I-
essentially what happens.
We're gonna certify you in botany 101.
You want a board certified?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. You come up to the mic and state your name for the record, please.
Actually, I have pictures about that, questions about that picture. Rachel Klein, Howell Drive. Hey, Mr. DeFeo. So I have a couple questions specifically about the area to the, east of the ridgeline. Are you,
Here?
yeah,
Okay.
so I guess my first question, you're not overseeing the putting up of this deer fencing, right?
That will depend on when that gets done and whether I'm still under retainer, but the plan is to have someone oversee the deer fencing going in, yes.
How many gates do they plan on putting in there?
How many?
Gates.
That hasn't been finalized yet, but generally I would expect one or maybe two and they would be up here. That would be the plan. If they want people in this area, I haven't discussed this with them. This is pretty
I
steep.
mean, no, the gates, there's a sewer line that goes through.
Yeah,
There's
the
a-
sewer
that
line is right
reads-
here.
Yeah. So the sewer line's under investigation right now by the county and the state. So you can't block it. Like, it's gotta be accessible.
At some, yeah, as far as I understand it, that's true, but I can't testify to that. But I understand there's a sewer line there and they have to deal with that.
Is that orange line a sewer line also? Just so.
No, sorry, that's my line.
Oh,
That
just
is
a
trying to
squiggle?
show you, I did this in an early map. This is the limit of the ridge
Oh,
here, so it's just trying to show that this is
the
the,
deer fence. to
and
the-
believe me, this is not to scale. Bear with me on
No,
this.
I
I'm
can't-
not an
I
architect.
can tell it might, I see. it
Yeah,
in
it's a
my
little
backyard.
squiggly. My hand's not that firm. This is showing that basically any water that falls on this side of the line is gonna go this way. And any water that falls on that side of the line goes that.
Okay. Sorry,
Think of it as
there's a
continental.
lot, I wrote my questions down and then like 2 hours passed. So I just need a minute. So you said you walked the property, but you're not that familiar with the east. So there's vernal water, in the east.
In here.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's some, yes.
and you're not gonna put any of the fencing into it, right? Because it goes pretty much down to Mayfair Drive, which the fencing looks like it goes to.
You know, again, this is a conceptual layout. I have not done the
Conceptual.
exact layout with
So
it.
it may not be that big.
It may be vernal ponds. I have to look at the regulations. I would have to defer to the planner for that. Because I'm not going to quote on that, but typically if they, again, the posts don't have to be perfect in alignment. So you might be on either side of that and they'll have to work on that.
Yeah.
Your goal is
Vernal
not to
water,
disturb
it's a
things.
pretty nice space. Also, there's things like milkweed growth on the northern side,
Mhm.
a lot of it that's
Mhm.
protected too. And your fence, I know it's just a rendering, but it also kind of goes right through that. So it's gonna have to come more south to avoid.
I mean, if it
disturbance.
has to go into the milkweed area, I'm not, truthfully, botanically, I'm not worried about if a few milkweed plants are disturbed by a post. We can collect the seeds and redisperse them. The good news is growing back in there, they're gonna have a better chance of surviving.
Just out of curiosity, if this, in 3 to 5 years, if it doesn't regenerate, like you're hoping it will, is there any plan for what we're going to do if we're going to go, look back on this and say, oh, the deer fence didn't work?
I can't, again, guarantee anything in terms of growth in an area, obviously. But I would say to you, I have yet to read any studies of deer fencing that say it doesn't work and you don't get regrowth. So this would become a first.
Sorry, I had another question. Bear with me for 1 second, sorry.
Take your time.
I lost my question. Sorry, if I think of it, I'll come back. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, if I find my question, I'll come back, sorry.
Thank you. Come right up and state your name for the record, sir.
Patrick Laterza, Laterza. I live in Verona. So I know we've gone over this a lot, but I'm going to go back to it. The math on the 212 tree credit. So per acre credit. So how are you getting to the credit of 212 trees in the deer fenced area? Are we saying you're going to expect twice as many trees to grow in that area?
No. The tree credit is based on the original tree survey, which statistically showed density of tree growth per acre in the area in a range. What I did was pick the highest density of tree growth per acre, especially when first looking at it, looking at the disturbed area to show the maximum potential loss of trees. However, as a matter of equity, I had to use then that same calculation, which is what I did, when calculating the credit per acre of area fenced. And the reason that I did that, as I've stated, is to enhance and encourage more acreage being deer fenced to encourage greater forest growth. Because there is a cost factor to each acre of that deer fencing going in. And that I don't have an exact cost because there is no exact estimate in front of us from a fence company, so we don't know the cost. But I know it to be expensive. So the idea was, hey, I want to encourage you to do more deer fencing to allow more forest growth. I am pleased, especially in the steep slope area, for a lot of reasons. One, more plants, as I stated, absorb more water. Therefore, I use the 212 for that as well.
Okay, so I'll come back to part of that, but wouldn't that then be the assumption that all the other trees are going to die?
No.
Well, if you're giving credit for the exact number of trees that are there already, right? You're saying, and I understand it's statistical. I get that.
Okay.
Let's just use that as every acre has 212 just for ease of understanding. So you're saying that you're just giving them credit for the exact trees that are there. Yes.
Yeah, I'm giving
So that
credit
would
for the
be-
trees that currently exist. Yes.
Yeah, so then the other assumption would be that every other tree is going to die. So instead of saying that they're getting a credit for,
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean by that
well,
assumption.
so if you only get credit for trees that exist in the deer fence, that would mean that all the other trees are going to die.
No. This is an.
Well, you're giving them credit for that.
Okay.
You're giving them extra credit for trees that are already there.
I think I see the question, and I think I see the cross here. Correct. I'll try to answer it best I
Please,
can.
yeah.
Using the credit for trees in the fenced area is to say, I'm giving you the equivalent as if you planted. In this area, that is in the white or disturbed area, we're saying, again, using 212 trees per acre, that there's a good likelihood that all these trees that currently exist in there are going to come out. We don't know they all will yet, but I'm going to say they are for purposes of saying the highest number of trees that can be removed. That does not mean that these trees in this ugly green that I selected are going to die. It simply means I'm not giving them credit for it, which in theory I could have in the negotiation, but I don't. I only give them credit for the area here. I'm not saying these trees are going to die. These trees have as good a likelihood as living as any other tree in town. So I'm not presuming they're going to die at all. I hope they don't die.
But you are, because you're giving them credit against trees being cut down. So you're giving them double credit in the areas that the deer fence is. So you're saying, so mathematically, we're basically saying that there's twice as many trees in that area than anywhere else.
No, I'm saying there is the same density of tree that in the calculation, what the conclusion is that the same density of trees exists here as exists here. Ergo, I'm giving credit for every density of tree here, for every acre of 212 trees, if you deer fence it, to offset the 212 trees per acre that I'm saying you're going to cut down to build this building or these buildings.
But giving credit for trees that already exist does not offset trees being cut down.
Sir, I'm gonna stop this.
How do
Ask another
tree,
question.
how, I will ask it as a question. How does giving credit for trees that already exist offset trees being cut down?
It's a good question. The answer is that we know I'm not getting regeneration in this forest. So to maximize regeneration of the forest, which will, per my hypothesis, and we hope to be, as I've observed in other areas, if the deer allow it, we will see tree growth spreading into these other undisturbed areas as this area becomes more densely populated. It is a negotiating tool to encourage the installation of high-cost fencing by giving that credit. Otherwise, all I would say is, all right, maybe I would put more trees in here, which does nothing to help the forest overall.
So then how long will it take for the growth in the undergrowth to offset the water absorption and regeneration of the 5,803 trees that have been mature trees that are being cut down?
So the stormwater plan will deal with this. That is the whole premise, which I cannot opine to the details. But a stormwater plan deals with the disturbed area. That is why the state requires a stormwater plan for disturbed areas. The undisturbed areas won't change. That's a whole separate issue. This area is not disturbed and will be deer fenced, so should have less runoff over time because I'll have more trees, more plants. I won't just say trees. Let me just be clear. I'm talking all plant growth. Could be ferns and everything else. So the answer to your question is stormwater planning deals with this. That's why this is here, and this is here. That's all by stormwater planning. This area and this area and this area will be similar to what it is today.
Okay. Just quickly in the counting of the saplings. So when was that study done that you guys did?
2019. The original study was 2019.
What date?
I don't have the exact date in front of me.
Was it the picture, the same day as the picture that was?
No, it would have, I'd have to look. I don't remember offhand.
Okay. I think there's an important question there though.
Go ahead.
Because the picture that you put up was December 10th, I believe.
Well, let me go to it rather than guess, shall we? I don't have a date on that one. There we go. Yep, there's a good observation. Thank you.
So once again, this goes to the fact that it shows 0 saplings. Were the arborists / foresters that were on there at that outing instructed to count saplings?
Yes, they were told to look for them in those study plots. Sure.
Is it possible to see their side of the report that they gave to you that then you put into your report?
It's a working document. He's asking, did you hear the question?
Yeah, you want the notes, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I want to see what they counted.
Raw data,
Yeah.
you have it?
Yes,
You can produce it. You don't have it with you.
I don't have it with me.
You can produce it.
Yeah,
There's nothing,
not going to contradict anything.
well, there's nothing, it's pretty client privilege or any of that. Sure.
Okay.
But you're just gonna produce them as is, where you're not asking for an explanation or it's just gonna be raw data, or however they're
That's fine.
currently.
I mean, this is the explanation, what I've done. So,
Understood,
yeah.
but
And
you're gonna get raw data.
okay. And my
Also,
follow-up,
yeah, give it to you.
It'll, well, you're not personally, it's gonna be.
yeah, I know. No one's gonna, you're not gonna send me a bunch of stuff. I got it. My email's full enough as it is.
Last question, sir.
Sure. So this is in December. There's obviously snowfall. Wouldn't it be difficult to see saplings and small trees and shrubs and possible things?
There really was virtually nothing on the ground there. I was out there. The short answer is, at least in that area, no, it would not be difficult. No, and in fact, it'd be easier because I wouldn't have any interference from leaves or anything else around. So no.
Okay. That's my last question. I'll step away.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Seth Weissletter, WEISLEDER, West Orange. So I guess a couple questions. I think of what I'm looking at is that those are the study plots?
Yes, from the study, yes.
Okay, you mentioned, and this just came as we were talking, that the study plots were very random through the entire forest, but they look pretty condensed to each other. If they were random, they would be kind of all over. I mean, if I put a blindfold on right now and shot screens at that, shot darts at the screen, sorry, slate, they wouldn't be condensed. So how is this not biased? It's on the footprint of the construction property that
Correct.
you're evaluating.
It's randomized within the area of disturbance was my testimony.
The area of disturbance.
We focused on the area of disturbance. But the plots within the area of disturbance are randomized.
Right, but why wouldn't we focus on the plots that are most vulnerable, like the slopes and the areas that we're discussing to understand the density? I'm just not understanding.
Well,
Sorry.
because there is no area of disturbance here. There is no disturbance here. We're focused on what is the worst case scenario that can occur. This is obviously, if you look at it carefully, not exact. At the time, this is the best rough outline that we had. So we focused on that area to determine the worst case scenario.
Oh, of tree removal.
There you
Okay,
go.
fine. I'm sorry. Fine.
No, it's okay.
Okay, because I thought the study plots were used to determine the health and the statisticals of the trees and stuff. So maybe
It was the tree density we were looking for. The health came, the health you have to do observationally.
right, but the study plots were tree density, which gave you the.
Correct.
Okay, so this formula was created specifically for the agreement and then hence the ordinance.
I'm not certain what formula you mean now.
The formula of the replacement that was created by, it's no standard formula that was used by an association, another government agency that says, hey, this is the formula you should use to determine tree replacement with deer fencing, et cetera, et cetera.
The formula and the replacement, the credits, are all a consequence of the findings of the study, which are the basis for the negotiation, which ultimately led to a settlement. That's correct.
Which was
There was a
created,
third party that said.
so you created, well, it was
Yeah,
created, by
well,
your suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, I take responsibility.
okay. Just wanted to know if there was an industry standard out there.
No.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Can you explain that in 5 years there, you said there was no growth, correct?
In 5 years, I see virtually no change in the forest, correct?
Okay. So we talked about the you said the underforest, right? Is that what?
The understory, the undergrowth. whatever you
Understory of
wanna
the
call
growth.
it. Sure.
What about when you did this study, what about the overall health of the trees themselves?
The mature trees, as we stated earlier, or as I stated earlier, the mature trees appear healthy with certain exceptions. We did not do an analysis of every tree in the forest. But the mature trees with exceptions such as American beech, which we did note, are now, of course, in December, I wouldn't have noted that in 2019, but since we were there in the summer, we noted that the beech trees are infected with beech leaf disease, which we know based on studies and reports done throughout the Northeast is fatal to beech trees. So those trees are not healthy. They're sick. We know that ash are unhealthy generally in most forests, and sadly, we think moving towards extinction due to emerald ash borer and ash disease. Those trees would not be deemed healthy overall. Did I look at every ash tree? I did not. Did I look for evidence of emerald ash borer? I did not. I don't need to. It's here. We see it everywhere. I don't need to look at the trees. In all likelihood, many are infected. Overall, the oak trees, if I looked at them, they looked healthy overall. We didn't analyze the trees per se, but based on growth and canopy and everything else observationally, I would say that from the perspective of the overall canopy layer, the trees appeared healthy. That doesn't make the forest healthy. It makes the trees within the forest healthy.
So you noticed the beech leaf disease 5 years ago or just recently?
The beech leaf disease we noticed this summer.
Okay.
That's relatively.
And there's
new to
no
the
cure
Northeast.
for it, right?
To the best of my knowledge, there is very limited cure. It's sort of like the disease for ash. You can protect an ash tree, but it takes one-on-one care with injections of pesticide to the system. To the best of my knowledge, as of August, there was no cure for beech leaf disease. It's being researched. Companies like Bartlett's and Save a Tree, and of course, Rutgers et al. Are all looking to see we know what causes it, which is a mite, but we don't know what the cure is.
So you
Not
can
yet.
kind of manage it and slow the spread is what you're kind of saying.
You know, that's a good observation and a tough question. The only way to manage spread of a disease like that is to cut down every tree that's infected and burn it. But not exactly feasible in a forest.
So just making sure I'm understanding your report, that the issue and condition of the forest, the undergrowth, that it cannot regenerate is 100% because of the excessive deer browsing.
Predominantly, I won't say 100%, but predominantly because of deer browse, which is common throughout forests in the Northeast and especially the mid-Atlantic states, in particular states like New Jersey, which are densely populated.
Well, what else in the forest did you observe that could have caused this? I
I
mean, you
didn't
didn't
look
say
for-
100%. That this seems the discussion of it seems to be 100% that the deer is our issue, but you're not saying 100%. So what else did you observe in that when you walked through the forest several times, a couple times, 120 acres?
Yep.
What else did you observe?
The other issue that's in there that is helping to deter good growth is invasive species invasion. Japanese stiltgrass, Japanese barberry. These are invasive plants that currently crowd out native plants because I don't have enough native plants to fight back. They're winning. So those are also discouraging the growth of new plants. Other than that, the answer is in science, we don't like to use the words always and 100%. Predominantly and probably is the best I could give you, short of literally going in there and counting every single tree and doing hundreds and hundreds of soil plots, which would tell me no more than I probably just told you, except with mathematical certainty.
So it's all, well, let's just say from what you just said, and then it's 100% of nature that has caused this forest to not be healthy and good.
No, it's humans that have caused this forest to not be healthy through planting of invasive species, probably in every yard I look at in the state of New Jersey and in West Orange, with certain exceptions. I won't say everyone, but many people.
Right.
With the plantings, with the movement of plantings across state lines. People, for example, have taken emerald ash borer and transplanted it across state lines by taking firewood illegally out of other states.
But
So it's human activity that would probably be the cause.
So did you observe any bonfire pits in this 120 acres?
Yes.
Motorized bike trails?
Yes.
Did you
One.
observe any dog walkers coming through with their dogs?
I didn't see any trespassers on the time that I was there.
Okay, litter? How about litter? Lots of litter? Beer
There
cans?
was litter on different inspections from time to time, typically what looked to be beer parties based on the number of cans and what they were.
Glass?
Broken glass, beer bottles. I did
Large-
see some wine bottles.
Any large pieces of concrete?
No,
Other
recall seeing
construction
large
debris?
concrete. There was a squatter shack at one time on the property that we found with an easy chair in the middle. I don't know how they got it in there. I give them a lot of credit for perseverance. But
Okay,
yes,
we're
those things
done
have
with
all
the-
been seen isolated.
We're done with this line of questioning.
Okay, so, no, I mean, I guess this has been vacant for 20 years as private property. So let me get to my point then, that you could maintain a forest to be healthy, correct? And then how did it sounds like a matter of urgency right now that this forest cannot grow. But over 20 years of being vacant, you can manage a forest to be healthy and stay healthy by eliminating a lot of these issues that we were discussing coming up to this time.
Well, again, as I stated to you, the issues that you kept enumerating are observational one-offs, this small area, that small area. They're not affecting the forest as a whole.
Okay, well, I don't want to lose sight. This is an application
Sure,
to do a project.
correct.
The applicant, based on the zone plan, has a right to do certain things.
Correct.
Now, if this was owned by the town, the state, or the county, these things, or the applicant could have decided to keep it a forest. They chose to do something, so we're listening for information to help us make a reasonable decision. Does this fit the zone plan?
100%.
Okay, good.
I agree.
So-
Okay, so let's move on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, got it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just, there was more discussion on deer than any other things that was causing the underlying to growth. That's why I was mentioning that or asking those questions, because those things were not observed.
Great response to the chair's
Mr. Efron.
Yes, I apologize. I have to agree with the member of the public speaking because there was an enormous focus on deer over browse, giving rise to the need for the deer fence and how this general settlement is a good deal because you get the deer fence. So inquiry by the public about other possible causes of harm to the forest is directly within the point that Mr. DeFeo brought to the board. So I would say this is highly relevant.
If the applicant chose to do something, remember, this is private property. Is this within the zone plan is what the planning board has to look at. How this occurred, our expert is discussing. All the other things that are there may have added to what he has presented as an expert.
I must take issue with that with respect. The zone plan actually requires Mr. DeFeo's testimony as an environmental consultant in this case, in this board. And Mr. DeFeo opened the issue to this board of the deer overbrowse as the primary cause of the lack of forest regeneration, assuming all that to be true. And therefore, questions directed to other potential causes are directly responsive to what the expert has introduced on his own. And therefore, regardless of what the developer could do in its own initiative, the expert who's required by ordinance to be here has introduced a subject that naturally provokes these questions. I think they're highly relevant.
Then the easiest way to satisfy you is ask the expert, are the things that he just said pervasive or focused? If it's pervasive, it's relevant. If it's not pervasive for the whole 120 acres, then it's focused. If it's focused, then do these issues cause the whole area to fall into the category that you described?
Well, with respect, the witness never made this distinction between focused and pervasive. Mr. Bagoff, you have. Now, I understand you may have an idea that you think works, but that's not the witness's testimony. And regardless of that concept that may be sought as valuable by some, including yourself, the public has a right to test the question by their own questions, not directed or cabined by the chair.
And the public has had the right.
Right, and I'm saying in response to your response to this member of the public, it is relevant for him to be asking about other causes of the alleged forest degeneration.
But at the
That's
end
all
of
I'm saying.
the end of the day, the applicant takes that information and decides what they want to do with it.
Well, this board has a duty to hear the expert and the ordinance says so. We don't assume that's meaningless verbiage in the ordinance. Mr. DeFeo is here because this board must consider all of the issues he's raising. So it's not just what the applicant at the end of the day could do in its own initiative. This board by ordinance is directed to study that testimony, questions of the public responsive, and of course, my witness and my cross-examination. So it's not solely within the hands of the applicant. This board has the actual legal duty to evaluate what is being said.
And the board is.
No, I'm not saying you're not, but it's not limited to what ultimately the applicant might want to do. The board has an independent duty to look at this evidence. It's got nothing to do with what the applicant could or would not do. This evidence must be heard by the board and all responsive questions are valuable. It's got nothing to do with the applicant might want to do. I'm just pointing this out, that it's not as limited with respect that you're saying.
Agreed, but the applicant has, the public has been asking the questions.
All I responded to was the fact that I think it's relevant and I didn't mean to go on at this length.
No, I appreciate that, but I've counted 5 times that we've heard the same information over the time the public has done, and there's no problem with that. So what you're saying is the board should hear it, and we have 5 times. And
No objection to the patience and commitment of the board. I just wanted to point out the relevance issue, and I didn't mean that we needed to go on at length.
it's
My
always a
apologies.
pleasure to hear from you, Mr. Efron.
Thank you, Mr. Bagley.
Continue, sir.
I just want to thank Mr. Efron for his support. I'll be taking your law class hopefully next semester. No, I'm kidding.
So we have botany tonight and junior law. Okay, good.
And learning how to be a planning board chair one day. Thank you, Chairman Bago.
Go right ahead.
If we can go to the map where the deer fencing is and the contour again. So I get the idea
Did I go past it?
of, not that one, the one with
Yes,
those
the
links,
next one.
squiggly
I don't know why
lines,
it
yeah,
takes a long time to load.
that's okay.
There we go.
Right, so I get the idea of a sponge, appreciate it, because that's gonna soak up the water to keep it from flooding. But that little tiny corner up there where it says limit line, and you have a little arrow there, right?
Yeah,
That's water all coming downhill according to your contours there, which hits those 1, 2, 3 homes. Nope, going exactly where that limit line is. No, where those words are, go up to the corner. Yeah, right
Yeah.
there. That water all comes down there during a storm. There's no sponge there. And we're saying that the growth is not good there. And there's not going to be, it's going to be undisturbed. But there is going to be construction. There is going to be things we're not sure. The
I'm
water,
sorry, this
will-
is off the property now.
no, that's still on the property map. Well, right, where that line is,
Here,
right. No,
Okay, the small
it's in that
sliver of
little
green?
corner right there. That's right, that's the slope that,
here.
you're right.
Okay, sorry.
So to help prevent water excessive runoff, could that be included or not included to encourage growth there to prevent any flooding to the homes that are off the map?
So you're asking, can this deer fencing be put like this?
Correct, right.
I
Couldn't
can't
that be
answer that. And I mean, I can't answer that because it's not my application.
Right, but you made the recommendation where the deer fencing could be, correct?
Generally, I did not get into specific design with them. I left that to the planner and to the architect. That, I
But then
mean, I can't answer that. It's up to
But the negotiated area was between you and,
the general areas, again, not the
Okay.
specific ones.
Okay.
So I can't answer your question, I guess is my.
okay, well, that's a high concern, of the locations of the deer fencing. I know that those are the two least areas. But there is concern if the areas are to be sponges and safeguards to protect the properties that are off the map, correct? That's why they're
Well,
there.
that's part of it. I mean, that's one of the consequences, I should say. Yeah.
Right, so couldn't there be other areas selected for deer fencing to help protect water runoff?
Again, I can't answer your question for this area because it's not my specific design. It's up to the planning board if they want to ask for.
Well, let me rephrase. Are there other areas that you might suggest on the map?
We're gonna ask the applicant to look at that area. Can you point that out again
Yeah,
and
it's
see
right up
if
in here. Can you
the,
do this with the
there
deer
has to be an
fencing?
edge that's maintainable beyond the area that is deer fenced. But we'll ask the
That's pretty
applicant
steep
to
in there.
listen to your issue and see if they can come up with a solution.
Have you got that, Brian, what we're pointing at all? Can you see what we're talking to about? Is this area right in here? So he's asking, can this be triangulated that much more? I mean,
So you'd just be moving the line. a little
yeah,
bit.
if we putting another bit of deer fencing.
Well, no, it'd be the.
You'd expand it. You would just expand this and change its design. That's what you're
they
talking.
have to look to see if it's the same.
I don't know if it can be done. I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. So the applicant will take a look at that and come back to the board.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I just want to qualify that ask a question. The tree experts that walked around with you, they had some kind of credentials
Yeah.
from an association such as,
That's been testified to, sir. Move on.
okay, I'll move on. Thank you. I guess my last question is the removal of trees, were they included to the entrances that also include stormwater work, sewer work, drinking water work, gas, electricity, and things like that? Was that taken into consideration?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
I don't
question.
understand- Yeah, I don't understand. the
Right, so we're looking at the buildings and stuff, but also
To
sewer
disturb,
lines
they
have
call
to
it the
be,
disturbed area.
right, so disturbed areas. Right, but if you have to go from wherever the electricity has to come in from, there are other areas outside of those white areas to run those lines and stuff. Under the roads?
Yeah.
Okay, So they're not gonna come up from the side or somewhere else. It's gonna be specifically
I can't. That's
to the T on those roads.
Like your street, the utilities will be under the street.
Okay.
right.
It's gonna be,
Great respect, that answer is provided by a member of the board.
Yes.
Which is fine.
Lee
It's not
Klein.
provided by-
Lee Klein, professional engineer in New Jersey.
okay, we're
License
gonna,
is current and good standing.
hi, hello. We're gonna wait for the engineer to come up with a plan. And the applicant will elucidate where it's gonna come from. I guess it's wherever PSE&G and the sewer system starts out with, that's gonna be up to the engineers. And that's gonna solve that problem, yes?
No, I'm just pointing out for the record, sometimes you hear in the record a voice says. I just want to be clear for the record.
Right.
I know that sometimes on a transcript, it's not always clear who's giving an answer. I have no problem with the viewpoint expressed.
Yes.
I just want to point out that's not a factual statement from the applicant.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to point out to
Agreed.
the record. Thank you
Agreed.
very much.
I'm the chairman. He's gonna do that. Thank
Thank
you. 1 second. One moment, Mary McCartney.
A question is
Speak to the
answered
mic,
in,
please.
I'm sorry, Exhibit C of our ordinance. Those questions are answered in Exhibit C. Those questions are answered in Exhibit C of our ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I believe it's the settlement agreement is the exhibits.
Oh,
I just want a clear record.
they had half an hour, no words, okay.
And some of exhibits.
The design terms.
Just to be clear,
Okay,
some of
Mr. Blocker.
some of exhibit C is incorporated directly into the ordinance. Some stands on its own, which the applicant must adhere to.
Okay, the applicant will come back and explain everything to us. Okay, yes, sir?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
evening. Come on up.
Rachel Klein again, Howell Drive. I remembered my question. In the settlement ordinance, really bad time to come up with this, but in that document, it mentions, it's page 14, paragraph 3.5, specifically talks about the deed restriction. And there's this line in it, maybe I maybe I don't understand it, but it talks about to the benefit of the town. And so my question is how, if this area is going to be deed restricted to the benefit of the town, how does fencing it off from use benefit the town unless there's another definition to that?
Mr. Plucker.
The intent of the deed restriction is to alleviate anybody's concern that there could be future development on anything other than the maximum of the 30 acres that was contemplated by the settlement and the ordinance.
Yeah, it mentions that too. It was just the line about being, because there's a part about benefiting the residents, like talking about opening up trails specifically and the western part. And then it just mentioned that, just, questioning why it would be in there if it's clearly not to the benefit of the town. And then my other question, Mr. DeFeo, is when you come back with the reports, I guess next time we meet, you're gonna
post.
resubmit, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the pictures you took with the chair, that's like it's not officially an easement, but that's always been this like naked, wide area going straight from Howell Drive straight to like a fork in the road that leads off to the Highlands. So it always looks pretty empty of trees. So if you have pictures of other areas, specifically the eastern part of the ridgeline and other areas of the forest, that might help people understand what you mean about the undergrowth.
Well, in answer to your question is, that's just a representative photo. It wasn't meant to be a photo survey, but I can tell you that that is, in my opinion, what the whole forest looks like. Now, I did not do a photo survey of the entire property, but that is what it looks like. But yes, would more photos show the same thing? They would, and in our walkthrough finding in my secondary report of 2024, we state 80 to 100 yards is the visibility throughout that forest. So it wouldn't change where I was in the forest necessarily. There might be small pockets where the wetlands are. Sorry, I'm pointing like you can see that far. Where the wetlands are, where there are a lot of barberry growing, I can't see through the barberry. But that doesn't indicate a healthy forest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come right up, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, how are you? Justin Goldsman, 14 Moran Road, West Orange. Goldsman, Goldsman. I just want to say I'm not opining on this project in any way. I just have questions just for my
Sure,
own
go right ahead,
edification.
sir.
So I keep hearing the word offset and I keep hearing the word about stormwater and flooding. And I guess my first question is, how do we compare impacted zones to non-impacted zones? Based on this project, what would you define as something that is impacted versus not impacted by this project?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Can you define the word?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Impacted?
I know what impacted means, but how does it relate to what I testified to? I just don't
I'm
understand.
not trying to be, no, literally, I don't understand your question back to me.
Um,
Okay, so
describe, can you give me more description?
is there how do you define what zone areas have an environmental impact based on the construction or development of this project?
Are you using the word impacted instead of? Are you using the word impacted instead of disturbed and undisturbed area?
Sure.
Okay.
Is there an environmentally disturbed area
Okay,
versus
got it.
undisturbed?
Okay,
area?
now I understand your question.
Understood.
Thank you. The area that is not shaded in either the ugly green, as it's been called correctly, or the dark green.
No, I asked, how do you define, not what do you define?
How do you define it? What's disturbed?
Oh,
What's-
disturbed would mean that this area is going to have tree removal, it's going to have construction activity, buildings, roads, utilities, et cetera.
Okay, how would you?
Storm collection systems, sorry.
How would you remedy situations based on your word,
Disturbed.
disturbed or undisturbed area? In terms of what you would see as mitigating those situations? What would you do in a disturbed versus undisturbed area in this project?
For planting?
For planting, for stormwater runoff, or anything like that?
Okay, he's only here for the environmental, he's only here to testify about the environmental impact in the green areas.
Okay, so in those areas, there's obviously going to be disturbed areas, correct? Right?
No,
So-
only in this area. Only the white areas.
Okay, well, you'll have stormwater runoff and all the other facets of that, correct? Yes?
That's all part of the disturbed, yeah,
Right.
that's been testified to by experts on that area.
Understood entirely.
Right.
Given that, those areas will obviously see flood insurance increases, most likely disturbances in their cost of life, their daily activity. How are we doing this in a justice model that compensates those people for said insurance increases, flood insurance increases? I mean, if you live in the Woodlands where I live, I guarantee you our flood insurance is gonna skyrocket.
Right.
How are we?
Sir, this is beyond his expertise. He's
Yeah,
not an
I can't
insurance
testify.
agent and we can't determine that.
Can I post it to the zoning board?
We're not the zoning board, we're the planning board.
planning board?
But in any case, this is beyond the scope
Okay.
of what we look at for an application. It's a good question, not our purview, so.
Okay.
Sir.
So I would just like to then pose the question to the members here.
Nope. No, it has nothing to do with planning. This is the planning board. So I want to keep this focused on the application, the information, and what we're supposed to hear, please.
Understood.
Thank you.
So subsequent questions as a member of the Environmental Commission, also a board. I would like to ask the continuity study and the indigeneity of the plants that we are replacing and the trees that we're replacing as to how they relate to those impacted zones as they relate to stormwater retention. An oak tree versus a redwood retains water at different rates, and we charge them based on the current tree canopy ordinance at different levels. So I would like to know how we are incorporating those things into this development plan. If I chop down a 500-year-old oak tree that takes up a gallon of water a day versus a sapling that takes up an ounce of water a day, how do we go about doing that? I think that's a legitimate question, sir.
Legitimate question. Is that in anywhere of your reports?
No,
Is it something that you can bring to the board easily?
I think the stormwater plan of a planner is where that gets addressed.
Okay, I'm going to ask our engineer and our planner, is that something in your purview? Okay. We got two
May I
notes.
ask whose purview it may be in?
Excuse me?
May I ask whose purview that may be in?
I'm,
Right? if I'm mistaken, and Mr. Plucker, you have the area that they're building on where there was an engineer who testified about the stormwater management.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's that one aspect.
Yes.
And then you have the area with the forest, but we don't have calculations. If that's what you're asking for, Mr. DeFeo
I'm
is
asking.
not offering that type of
I
testing.
am asking if we're cutting, and Mr. DeFeo, if it's not for you, I'm asking who it is to. If we're cutting down 50 redwood trees and replacing them with 50 saplings of
Okay,
oak, is
but-
that the same stormwater
But
protection?
they're not cutting down any trees in those
Right.
unrestricted, in
Okay,
that restrict.
shrubs,
They're not
vines,
cutting
yes.
anything, they're not disturbing anything in those areas.
The disturbed area, the engineer provided a stormwater management plan that is on record.
understood.
That will be approved, sent to and approved by the DEP. So that is out of our purview, much higher authority that will make sure that is consistent with the law.
I appreciate the consistency. I do. Thank you very much. I
You're
appreciate
very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Claire Benya, West Orange resident.
Hi,
Is that-
go right ahead.
Hi, Mr. DeFeo. Benyo. All good. All right. So, Mr. DeFeo, so just for my understanding, your firm was hired as an independent consultant on this project, correct?
Yeah.
Are you the owner of that company?
Yes.
What other clients do you have?
Not germane, sorry.
What other industries do you support?
Can you answer that?
Other industries? I mean, I work in the solid waste recycling. I work on environmental design. I work on green building. I've done work on energy conservation. I've done work on landscape design projects with landscape architects to try to maximize regrowth. I've done work on solar field, work with engineers, education. I teach at Rutgers. I mean.
Yeah, but
that
I meant
help?
specifically your firm being hired for environmental consultative services.
All of those areas are environment.
Townships, other townships you're hired by.
All of those areas are within, I've done work for environmental work. I've done for different areas. Nutley, Middletown.
Other towns are not germane. We're talking about West Orange.
And what other jobs have the township of West Orange hired you for?
I have done work for West Orange on different things since 2005. I'm the environmental compliance officer for the township for the recycling facility on Route 10. I call it Route 10. That's correct. I make sure that is in compliance with environmental conditions. I get consulted by the township from time to time on environmental matters. Most recently on a couple of stormwater matters where there have been issues of forest destruction. Improper forest destruction. I've done some work with the township on consultation for bid specifications for your solid waste collection. I don't know if there's anything else specifically I've been retained for.
Okay, and when were your services retained for this project specifically?
There are two levels of that. The initial work was in negotiating, not the ordinance, was negotiating for the settlement. And then that was by the township, and I don't have the date of my retention by the planning board, which is separate. I just don't know the exact date.
And can you expand on your involvement in the negotiations that you were hired for?
I just want to make sure I can answer.
Expand on the services that he was hired for in
To do-
2019.
I think you already testified to that, but in terms of a settlement negotiation, there may have been some.
He's mentioned
confidential
several times that he
conversations.
was hired to negotiate. Go ahead.
In terms of the settlement agreement and negotiations, I don't know the role, but in terms of
I
the
can
the
answer.
services to the township, if you can describe it, stuff,
Um,
anything that's not attorney-client privilege, go ahead.
I think the best answer is to help develop Schedule C, I believe it's called.
Okay.
My job was to develop the environmental parameters for Schedule C and try to get them included.
Can you help me understand what Schedule C is related to this project?
This is part of it, the tree fencing and the tree issues, which is the predominant element.
Schedule C is called Design Terms and Conditions.
Okay. And so what were the scopes and services that you were hired for this project? The second part of this project? The most recent hiring, I should say.
My retention by the planning board was to do and prepare for what you've seen tonight and prepare reports on this issue.
And what were involved in what was the scope of services? What were your deliverables?
I'm sorry, ma'am, he's gone over that through his report and through his PowerPoint. So
Is he not able to?
well, the public has heard it. We're going to try not to repeat things that have been done a few times already. So.
So
next
your,
question.
your sole deliverable for the project was this report, is that correct?
And there are 2 reports.
2 reports. Okay. And so you were hired to do environmental evaluation. And so we heard a lot about the deer specifically. What other environmental factors have been evaluated for other animals as far as endangered species? What other evaluations have been done besides the size of the trees and the number of the deer?
By him.
By him, yes.
And none, those issues are dealt with by the DEP.
So you counted the trees and you counted the deer and you consider that as sufficient environmental assessment of the
He
situation?
didn't count the deer. I want to make the record clear. He didn't count the deer.
I observed deer.
He
Very
observed
different.
10 deer, correct? He
Did not
observed
count.
10 deer and made an estimate on a tree count. And do you think that that is a encompassing evaluation of an entire environmental impact of this project?
You're not required to do.
The scope of Mr. DeFeo's retention is being mischaracterized. I believe, and Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, he was originally retained by the town in connection with pending litigation. The case settled, the property was rezoned, we made an application. Part of the things we needed to adhere to was the Schedule C or Exhibit C to the settlement agreement. And I believe Mr. DeFeo was retained by this board to evaluate the pending site plan application that we're all here many nights on and we're all taking our time on to evaluate our compliance with those requirements of the ordinance and the Exhibit C to the settlement agreement.
Well, with respect.
Mr. Efron.
With respect, I must disagree with Mr. Plucker to a substantial degree. The ordinance and the settlement agreement state that Mr. DeFeo was here as an environmental consultant with respect to this project, not just limited as Mr. Plucker just described. And although Mr. DeFeo was chosen to spend a great deal of time on the deer fence and related issues, his actual charge or brief, so to speak, is much broader. He's here as an environmental consultant and he has addressed other issues beyond just the deer fence. But it's not limited solely to evaluating the compliance of the developer in connection with the application. He's here as an environmental consultant in a much broader context. And that's what the ordinance says, and that's what the settlement says. It is not limited, as Mr. Plucker has said.
Where in the ordinance
Yeah,
does
I
it
don't
say
see
that?
that in
Bruce?
the
It's not.
Wait,
The settlement agreement
oh.
says he is retained.
Wait, you said the.
Wait,
ordinance and the
one
settlement.
at a time. We gotta, he's gonna hit me.
The or-
One at a time.
We want a clear record.
Don't put that in the record. I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Plucker, respond to what Mr. Efron said, then Mr. Efron can respond.
I just want to know, Mr. Efron, you've said a couple of times, 2 or 3 times tonight, that either the referral and input of an environmental consultant or even Mr. DeFeo specifically, I'm not sure which one, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is set forth somewhere in the actual ordinance.
Yeah, the problem is dialectical. The ordinance adopts the settlement. And the settlement says Mr. DeFeo is to be the expert as an environmental consultant on this case. So it's all, in that sense, one and the same. He's here. I'm only making the point to dispute, from my client's perspective, Mr. Plucker's more limited description. He has here as an environmental consultant, not merely to evaluate the compliance by the developer. That's all I wanted to say. And when I cross, we'll go into more of that from our perspective.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, continue.
Is Mr. Plucker the legal representation for Mr. DeFeo?
No.
He's, no.
So I asked a question of Mr. DeFeo and Mr. Plucker chimed in, so I would like to re-ask my question to Mr. DeFeo
Go
specifically.
right ahead.
Do you think that the evaluation that you have provided for your consultation services encompasses sufficient environmental impact for this project that of tree counts?
Within the scope of my retention, yes.
And what is your relationship to the applicant?
I have no relationship to the applicant.
Has the applicant hired you for any other project or evaluation or guidance or consultation?
I will state again, I have no relationship to the applicant. That means I've not done any work whatsoever with this applicant. I never heard of this applicant before the first meeting I had with them on behalf of the township.
Okay. And do you have any involvement in the actual installation of the fence,
No,
of the deer fence?
I have no involvement, no ownership of a fence company at all.
You seem to have a lot of knowledge, though, about the cost of the fence.
Correct. That was part of my charge by this board,
You were charged with evaluating the cost of the installation.
to find out the feasibility of deer fence installation. So I researched that cost by interviewing people who have installed deer fence.
And whose responsibility is it to pay for the installation of the deer fencing?
To my knowledge, the applicant.
Okay, and do you have any business involvement or investment in any fencing companies or?
Look, I'm sorry. No.
Ma'am, that's broad, too broad, way too broad. Sorry.
Okay. And so then I'll just continue on with one other question. If the project as it's intended to regrow the forest with the deer fence, and if it is successful, are there any intentions on taking the fence down once that forest has been regrowth?
As stated in testimony, it is to be maintained in perpetuity.
And have you done any geotechnical assessments on the land in the environment?
I'm not
The
sure
land,
what
the
question is.
structural stability of the slope?
I'm not an engineer.
So who's the one, who does the geotechnical reporting of it?
A
Evaluation.
geotechnical specialist.
Geotechnical specialist.
And will there be a geotechnical specialist that will be able to have questions with, as far as blasting, digging into the land, heavy
I can't
equipment
answer.
on unstable slopes that have not yet been evaluated?
I can't answer any of those questions. It's outside my area.
Beyond his scope of expertise.
I'm asking the board.
What, we're asking this witness questions right now.
Okay, well, thank you very much then.
You're welcome. Last question this evening, and then we have to get some from Mr. Efron. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Deborah Utensky, Butensky, Deborah, first name. Hello, Mr. DeFeo. Thank
Hello.
you to the board. So my question as the environmental expert is, you were the one who constructed the deer fence concept, which gives the builder a tremendous amount of credit for trees that are already existing on those locations, correct?
As I've testified, yes.
So what evidence do you have that this is the optimum way to protect the forest as opposed to removing the barberry without deer fencing, which would not give this builder so much credit?
I'm going to object. This formula is in the ordinance. We submitted a plan. We had to follow the ordinance. This board has to follow the ordinance. Mr. DeFeo did testify. He was the town's consultant in connection with the settlement. But answering that question
Well, as
no
an-
bearing on why we are here. And a lot of people have wasted a lot of hours over many days.
I don't consider it a waste.
Ma'am, ask the question again, please. I just want to hear it again.
Well, the question is, I didn't hear any scientific evidence based on the testimony that deer fencing is the proper and only way to rehabilitate the forest.
Okay, Mr. DeFeo testified about a couple of ways to do it. And as an expert, he said, this is the most reasonable way to do it.
But
Short,
that's-
short
that's
of.
opinion. That's
That-
not
that's correct.
scientific.
That's exactly
That's
correct. It is his-
opinion.
Ma'am, you're exactly right. He's our expert. It's his opinion, short of culling the deer. This was what he feels is the best way. That's what was presented to the board. I agree with you.
Correct. But he's not a forester either. By his own admission. So
He's hired, his company has hired with his testimony, foresters / arborists that have presented a report to him that he is going to make available their information. They'll be published on the website.
do you have the studies? But let's say I would request that you present the studies from the Duke estate that actually corroborate the plan that you came up with to have deer fencing. Do you have studies that
I
prove
believe
that?
you asked me to provide you with the.
Ma'am, we've asked for that already. It's the Duke Estate and he will provide that. It will be on our website.
Does it exist?
Yes, ma'am. It's a good question and it will be provided.
Because if you would just remove the barberry, how would that have affected the forest?
There are two answers to your question, two parts. First, a lot of the barberry is in the wetland area and therefore can't be disturbed. Can't go in there without getting DEP permission. The second part is, it would not do much because it would come back very quickly since barberry probably exists on most of the surrounding properties in that area. Actually, three part. Third part is it doesn't stop the deer from over browsing the area. So when removing the barberry, I'd love to see it removed, just because I don't like the plant. But it's not going to do much to regenerate the forest. Won't do very little, if anything.
So I just want a little review. How long do you, when you have the regeneration, X amount of years are undergrowth, and what is that amount?
As I testified before, I can't give you absolute answers, but the slides I've shown you and the studies I've read say that within 9 years or so, you will not be able to tell that this was the same forest. Now, as was asked earlier, I forget who asked me the question at this point, what happens if weather and climate and everything else change? That changes everything. All those numbers change. Everything depends on the weather, the climate, and everything else that happens. But I would say based on studies that have been done, within 9 years or so, it should be pretty well growing in there.
Ma'am, I want to thank you for your questions. The hour has struck. I'd like to thank all the members of the public and all the members on Zoom for some excellent questions. Mr. Efron, the question we have for you is, are you going to have experts? And if so, how many do you plan on having for us so we can have some management?
Yes, thank you. I assume that means Mr. Plocker's case is finished at this point?
No, not at all.
Okay, so at the next, that's why I was asking. I have cross-examination of Mr. DeFeo. As I mentioned, it'll probably take 2 hours. At that point, I assume Mr. Plocker will go on with another witness? How are we working that? Because it depends on when I bring witnesses. In other words, if the applicant hasn't finished its case yet.
We now have another meeting, a special meeting on November 13th.
Right.
Mr. Plock, are you providing a planner or anybody else?
We have a planner and we'll likely have a couple of other witnesses that. we're
Okay,
working
so the
with.
first thing will be cross-examination of Mr. DeFeo. We'll see what time it is and we'll go from there.
So I'm not trying, it doesn't matter so much to me, but I just want to understand. I assume the applicant, assuming there's time left in the meeting after Mr. DeFeo's finished, would move on with its next witness. Is that correct for November 13th?
Depends on timing, yes.
Yeah, but assuming time. Okay, so I will not bring a witness till the next meeting, December 13th.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, sorry.
December 11th, sorry. It's December 11th?
November 13th.
No, the next meeting is November 13th.
Correct.
It appears that I will cross Mr. DeFeo, then
Yes.
if there's time, Mr. Plucker will call more witnesses. So I won't bring a witness until the meeting after that.
Okay.
Okay.
We know that date yet or?
Right. December 11th works for 2 of my experts.
We're gonna try and get a couple more meetings. We will send out a survey to everybody and tell you where we.
available on December 11th, but not on November 13th. You were the
I
first
did.
person to reply to my email. Yes.
Okay.
A long time.
So in answer to your question, Mr. Bagoff, we will have an environmental expert, a planner, a stormwater management expert, and perhaps more. But we won't bring any expert until the meeting after November 13th.
Perfect.
Thank you very much for everything.
Mr. Plucker, don't go away. Everybody hang out.
Just so we complete, I appreciate Mr. Chairman announcing the November 13th date. Can you just confirm we do not need to provide?
There's no
notice?
need to do any further, yeah, okay, yeah, give me a second.
That's good.
Okay, okay, hold it. The next, special meeting of the planning will be November 13th, 6:30 PM in council chambers in person. We're going to carry the application PB 24-01 Wessex Highlands Incorporated Block 179, Lot 32, Zone IH1, and there is no need for.
We can't hear it.
The meeting will be carried. There's no reason. What is it? No further notice is required. The next regular meeting of the planning board will be November 6th, November 6th, 2024 at 7:30 PM via Zoom. Do I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Again, the eyes are above the nose. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, here and on Zoom.